And I'm killing it quicker than usual because we were just doing book club and I had to hop off, jump over here, and now the results will start to come in real soon. So, welcome to folks inside the numbers with the People's Pundit. Actually, it's between the numbers with the People's Pundit. I don't know why I did that this way today, but I did. All right, let's put it up on the screen because results will start to come in pretty soon. All right, don't forget it. If you like the videos, to share them far and wide. We're everywhere. Follow on the gram, follow on the new TikTok, and of course on X at peoples_pundit, which is the same thing it is on Instagram. I would do my little spiel for burn it down and all of that, which is also in the description, but I really am afraid that results will start pouring in. All right. We're not expecting, as we saw with early voting, which I can show you in a second, it was minimal. Ralph Northam is starting to rise on the prediction markets. If you see, there has been a lot of news. We spoke during the book club about it. Let me go to early voting and I'll show you what we're talking about. Early voting, Charleston will be key, and we'll have to look and see because what by that I mean what happened. We'll have to really pay attention who's winning Charleston, what's coming in. Outside of Oconee, which is Lindsey Graham's home county, he performed very well in the upcountry and in Piedmont. Horry County is expected to be one of her strongholds. We'll see what happens there. But the fact of the matter is, you could see from that early voting graphic right there that it really was not that strong for Darlene. She needed more turnout here. Charleston ended up being the highest rate of return for early voting, even though it still was down. A lot of others in the upcountry were higher. But I'm talking about how many votes have gotten in. If she loses Charleston, it's going to be, she has to dominate Central South Carolina. I don't know if you saw it earlier today, but I did put up some thoughts about who is, which path for each of these candidates to victory. All right. If we go back and we look, and I don't want to do it right now because I don't want to take away in case we have results roll in. If we go back and look at, and actually, let me just go and look at my old API here thing. Hold on one second. Okay, if you go back and look at the prior results, you'll see that she did well in the PD and he did well in the upcountry. PD is over here by Myrtle Beach, is Horry County. That is the heart of PD. That is where the state-to-state migrants from the Northeast and other places came. Very, very vote-rich Republican area. Down in the low country, which is where Charleston is, Norman didn't, I keep saying Northam. Norman did not do that well, but he got the endorsement of Mark Sanford, who used to represent Old South Carolina 1, which includes a big part of the low country. She did well in Columbia and Augusta and around these areas. So his path to victory is simple. If she wins PD, he's got to, basically, he could win even fighting her to a single-digit lead in Charleston, as long as he does well in the rest of the low country and he dominates the upcountry to the point where, almost like a boa constrictor, he wraps her around Columbia. All right. And then she gets votes out in the PD region and he's pulling enough out of the low country. And in those, how could I put them, excerpts around Columbia, and she, the central part of the state is a liberal part of the state. So it's much more moderate. Somebody like a Norman doesn't do well, even in Republican primaries in that area. But if he was to dominate into the Spartanburg and the Pickens, by the way, the votes up here in Spartanburg and Oconee and Pickens and Greenville, these were serious, even in York, by the way, for the early vote was much, much bigger. All right. So he'd have to do that and then wrap around to the point where he holds her in. Okay, so the first comes in, it's Newberry County, and Ralph Norman won the early vote in Newberry County, 52-48. That's a good sign for him. Newberry is right here. You can't see it, but I'm just telling you what it is. Newberry is right here. That is up country, yeah, but it's close to Columbia, and that's honestly a bad sign for Darlene, you would think, unless there's an election day vote that's going to come and help her. Let me try to refresh this to see if the API updates. You would think that she did better there in that first round. And now that doesn't appear to be the case. So it's a small dump. We don't expect turnout to be huge, but 337 votes were counted so far in Newberry, which is just west, sort of like northwest of Columbia. And Norman carried the early vote 51.6 to 48.4. So we'll see what the rest of the votes that come in look like, but That's honestly, it's a pretty good sign for Ralph. But we'll see. We'll see. I really am looking at Horry County and I'm looking at Charleston. It really, to me, comes down to the low country. He's going to win the up country. Outside of a Coney, I don't think, I mean, I'd be shocked if he wins a Coney, but if he does, good for him. But it's really comes down to whether or not he can get enough votes in the low country to offset what was before the gaffe expected to happen in Horry. This is why Donald Trump chose Horry. Okay. This is why he chose Horry. And I do see him falling in the election odds. I don't think, and there it is right there. You can see that. Honestly, I don't think people know how to read early vote very well. So I think they need to wait and hang on. But I would not have expected him 2 weeks ago to win that vote dump at all. I wouldn't have expected him to do well in Newberry really at all. It's upcountry, but it's too close to the central. Actually, Newberry may be at upcountry. I can get my regional definitions in a second. As much as I even remember, at 7:30, I'm going to have to jump off. We're not leaving. I'm just going to jump off for a 5-minute hit, and I will be speaking to, Grant, Stinchfield, sorry. All right, yeah, he's climbing back up now, which is totally expected. Totally expected. All right. Yeah, sorry guys. I'm trying to look for. Yeah, I know that's technically central. That's a good result for him then. It is. Let me go to my archive and just see prior primaries. I'm curious. Let me go to South. Yeah, he's gonna go back and forth. It's way too. Sometimes decision desks will get results that are different from other people. I don't know if you're watching anybody else, but Newberry is definitely considered central because it does have those exurbs. So Lawrence, Union, Greenwood, Abbeville, they become Piedmont, and the upcountry is Spartanburg, but a lot of people just combine the Piedmont and upcountry when they're polling. We don't. We keep them separate, but a lot of people do because they're hard to reach, especially in some of those Piedmont counties. There we go. So this is PD. That's a good result for Darlene. So Chesterfield early vote is 74-26. That's a good result for her. She also won 67-33. She won Georgetown. So this is what I would expect out of her if she was going to hold on and keep a fighting chance. That is, can she branch out? Now, where the low country goes, we'll decide the race. That's it. Even this, maybe early vote is not going to be indicative of election day, but we'll see. He's got to do better in like Sanford's old area. He'd have to do better. All right, so that's just some more. Yeah, he is. See, he is doing better in the election day vote. He is. He's doing slightly better in election day votes. So that was actually a little chunk more from Newberry. I know it's not showing this on the map, but I see it in the. I don't know why it's not updating yet. Give it a second. Georgetown County came in 23%. It was all early vote, 67-33 for Darlene Graham. That's, again, PD area. That's good for her. That's the last PD county. If Berkeley and Charleston and Beaufort still lean toward her, see, she's losing some of it now, but if they still do lean, there's Georgetown. It just popped up on our map. But if that's what happens, then he's going to have a problem. He needs to win that election day vote significantly to flip some of that early vote. And we'll have to see. Come on, low country. This is the point where we just wait. We have no other choice. We have no other choice but to wait. So Norman won that first break in Newberry by about 3 points. And then he won the next, it was like 4% more. So it was like 8-12. He won that batch. I mean, these are small amounts of votes, but he won them by enough where he was able to increase his margin in Newberry. And it'll show up soon. Give it time. You'll see what I mean. But at least in the early vote, she's still stomping in the PD region. But again, the vote share here, if for early voting didn't look great, Ori's the big vote getter for her. And in the early vote, it wasn't a lot at all. So we'll just have to see how it goes. Did they come out on election day? Because if he does really, really well, in the upcountry, I'm telling you, the vote in like Pickens and Spartanburg was high for the upcountry. It was high. We just need to wait for some of the low country. There's Ralph. He wins Anderson's early vote 55 to 44. Yeah, that's a big margin. Okay, so I wonder, she should still win Coney. I don't, just goodwill, she should still win it. But that would be a little bit, that's a little concerning for her because like that's right there. All right, Lee County is 67 to 33 for Darlene. It's just the vote shares are low. They're very low. Lee County is, Darlington, sorry. That's in PD as well. So PD is reporting first, so it's giving her a bit of a boost. Darlington's right here. Early vote's going to come in a little bit. You're going to see it pretty soon. And it's going to show her up 67 to 33, but we're only talking about 800 votes. And let's see if they have an estimate of what's remaining. They do. And as you can see, like, look at Greenville. And Northam just won that. Cherokee dropped by 15 points. See, it really will come down to what happened in the low country and how much vote PD put up. Because she could still win, technically. She could technically still win if the PD region came out enough for her. South Carolina typically reports pretty decent. We shouldn't be here all night. Unless it turns out to be a very close race. All right, she won Orangeburg, and that's a good sign for her. There's a vote for Orangeburg that's going to come. She didn't win it overall. She won this early vote. There it is. It came in just as we were talking. 72 to 28. That is still central. It doesn't vote like the low country all the time, so we still don't know. Honestly, I'm just waiting. I would love to see Charleston. And I'd expect her to do better in the early vote in Charleston. But honestly, we don't know that. We don't know. A lot of the Charleston like GOP royalty went in for him, excuse me. So, but doesn't mean they impact the rest of the voters, in the county, let alone that region. That is a problem for him. How much is it? Actually, that's not as big of a win as I thought it would be. He might catch her in the election day vote. He honestly may catch her in that election day vote. So Charleston came in. This is all early vote, 8%. She won at 59 to 41. That's not that big of a margin. He won a Coney's early vote. She lost her own home county. Oh my God. Oh my God. It does look like this could be a close race if he does better in the low country and starts to tie some of this stuff up, if he does significantly better in the election day vote in Charleston, he'll catch her and he'll win that area. Yeah. See, looking at some already, a little drop that just came in. He did do better in that Charleston early drop. So, Lawrence, he also won Lawrence. So he's 55-45, the early vote. Did it come in here yet? It's right here. Oh, it did. So Newberry still didn't show up yet. I don't know why. He won the early vote in here. I mean, he's going to do better in the more conservative part of the state. The question is, can he do significantly better in the low country in the early vote? Charleston should be probably, technically, it should be among the most liberal in that area. We'll see. Cherokee is, we got to start. Are they giving us yet? Is it still too early? Dylan came. That was for her, right? Dylan. Yeah. See, she's just going to stomp him in the PD. This is why Donald Trump chose, and rightfully, to go to Horry County. I'm still a little bit stunned that she lost Oconee, even in the early vote. I'm a little bit surprised about that. They stuck with her brother in his races, which we saw. I actually expected her to win all but that. Now, this is bad news for him. He can't lose any of this. I mean, honestly, McCormick is Piedmont. It is not central. It is not the central part of the state. Yeah, all we can do is wait. We just got to wait for some of this to fill in. The problem is it's early and we just don't know how he's going to do in the election day vote. It can dramatically change. See, there's Orangeburg. This is the central part of the state. Um, it could be dramatically different. But again, I do just want to point out that like there's Horry County, 73-27. She won the early drop in Horry County. That's where Trump went and held the rally. This was always going to be her path. That will tighten somewhat probably, or at least some of these others will. I'm curious if Horry does it all. If he was to have like done, he was about to, flip some of these counties and constrict her as election day vote came in, Horry would have to hold at about that for her. And she did very well in it that first time. Let me see if I can find it. I think it's this one right here. Is it? Nope, wrong one. Hold on, let me go back. It's this one then, right? Yeah, it is. So she won 42. Oh no, Fry won it. And shit, she got 35. That's right. Fry did win that. But Fry endorsed her. That's right. That's what I'm thinking of that. But he can't, like, he's got to start putting up some better numbers here. He just can't win, which is the part of what the post that I brought up earlier today. He did well in York. That's a good dump for him in York, which also had higher turnout comparably. Yeah, that's actually a pretty decent margin. It ate some of her up. Darlington also seems to be coming. We're getting some more election day votes. Trickles. Is it enough? I mean, in Barnwell, he's losing Barnwell. That's central, but he's got to flip McCormick and stuff like that to have any kind of a hope. Now, Georgetown is interesting to me because Charleston gets a little bit lighter as we get south of Georgetown. And the question is like, how much can he really do on election day? Probably 80% of the vote will be election day votes. So I would not, we're at a point where it's way too early. If he has like some huge, massive change, there's Greenwood, that's 20%. With 20%, that's about the early vote. So yeah, I guess it is about right, about 80%. He could technically flip a lot of these, but I mean, you cannot get bludgeoned in PD and then not win. There has to be a massive change in the vote in Charleston, and he's got to start taking some of these counties, or he can't do it. There's no path. This is why I talked about this ad nauseum when we talked about Paul Dans when he was running the first time. Paul is from this area. He's from Charleston. You got to have a base of support. You know that those upcountry voters are going to vote. Some of it in the original primary. Lindsey Graham still had a good deal of, what's the word? He had a good deal of like goodwill, that's the way I put it. He had goodwill. So yeah, there's actually Greenville came in, Ralph Northam won at 69-31. And there's a lot of votes coming in. It'll come in a bit. Curious what Spartanburg looks like too, but that's fine, but there just are not enough votes up there anymore. There's too many people. Like we talk about it with Florida all the time, how many New Yorkers and New Jerseyans, fled the Northeast and moved to Florida, especially during COVID. Well, South Carolina has been a huge recipient of that as well. So the old South Carolina kind of Republican mold, it has a hard time. It has a difficult time. All right, she won Beaufort 63-37. He's going to have to make this up dramatically, or there's just no shot. Now, I'm not saying there isn't. He can do it. Again, 80% of the vote will be election day vote. It's just we need to see a dramatic difference. And we've seen that in the past. We have. But we'll see what happens here. Just to be clear, I'm just looking to see in some of these counties, we don't seem to have any election day vote. So that's a problem because we can't really determine anything until we do. You see the difference? This is early in person, absentee. Let's look at Charleston, for instance. He does better in early in person. I don't know what just came in, but yeah, that's Orangeburg. That's going to be devastating to him. Yeah. The central area of the state's just going to wreck him. But again, this is early vote. Corlington came 29%. She won at 73 to 27. He did better in early in person than he did in election in mail-in or absentee, but it's not going to, he needs to do like significantly better, guys, in election day votes, significantly. Let's look and see. In Georgetown, we have 24%. Okay. So we really just have nothing from election day. Nothing. And that is what we need. Now that's interesting. They tied in Lancaster. That's really interesting. That's central. That's 25%. Let me look at that for a second. Yeah, see? It's early in person. That's why. Let's see what happens when the absentee mail comes in. When that what we just got right there was all early in person. So that shows you that Ralph Norman does better with early in person than he does absentee, but how much better is he going to do on an election day? If he doesn't do much better at all, he will not catch up. But it's all early votes, so we really don't know. Okay, see, we did just get a Greenwood jump. Is that Greenwood that just came in? Yeah, he won that. All right, where is... And I'm just showing you guys the map, right? Yeah, you don't need to see me. All right, so he is catching up a little bit here because of that. Now there's Lexington. Big dump. Oof, 62 to 38 is not that bad. Sumter was worse, 68 to 32. Where is it? This is Lexington right here. But again, I'm looking at reported totals right now to see once we cross that 25, 30%, we'll start to get an idea of what is election day. That was all McCormick. Yeah, Seagram won McCormick, but it's nothing, She actually lost the mail because it was 10 votes. That's it. I wish I would have polled it. I wish I would have. The lack of polling, the polling silence was deafening. It's risky to poll these races because it's a runoff. In the Texas runoff situation, which we did poll, it looked like, and it turned out to be a fairly large turnout for a runoff. This is not that situation. I mean, look at it. If it's 10% for a runoff, 350,000 votes is not that bad. It's not, but I mean, I heard one of the president's pollsters on a show earlier today say when the president endorses, he turns 300,000 into 3 million. No, he doesn't, bro. But he can turn it higher than 350,000. The question is it going to be much different? There's a lot of votes left out in Horry, a lot in Charleston. And honestly, that Charleston early vote did not impress me that much. I mean, he could have gotten thumped with that. We'll just have to see whether these more Rock Ridge conservatives stayed with her because of Trump, or because they'll vote on election day, or if he got them. Once the state gets to about 20%, guys, we should start to have some early vote from around the state. Honestly, it is make-upable. This is it. If who would you rather be? Well, you got to count on election day votes coming out for you. So you definitely rather be Darlene, but still. Actually, I don't know. I don't want to say that yet because we simply don't have enough. We just don't. I retract that statement because we just have no samples. Even McCormick, we just have nothing from election day. Nothing at all. Nothing at all. Come on. This is 25 from Lancaster and Colleton, McCormick, all that. What happened to Greenville and Spartanburg? Greenville never came in. Well, I'll tell you right now, Ralph Norman's going to win the first dump in Greenville about 69 to 31. I don't know why it's not being recorded here yet, but it is a very small dump. So, also Ralph Norman takes Newberry's early vote. That's not in yet either. Not sure why. There's Fairfield. She's going to win this stuff. I mean, this is central, and that is expected. This is the most liberal area of the state, even for Republicans. This is the most liberal area. It really comes down to whether Ralph Norman can change some, like his fortunes in Charleston and in Beaufort. Those are two. There's a lot of votes here. You can't lose them if she's going to win PD. You just can't. And I actually do expect that he will flip Lancaster as early votes come in, but it's not guaranteed. I'm just saying those early votes are going to be the most Trump loyal, old early votes. And, Trump's candidates have tended this year to do better with early voting, comparatively, even though it is true that Republicans still are just not taking to early voting the way that we have seen, in 2024. So there's Pickens, 57 to 43, which is first early vote. Anderson is 55 to 45. Both went for Norman. It's still early though. There's Pickens, there's Anderson. And Greenwood finally popped up. I saw that before. I don't know why it didn't pop up before. And I think let me just look at the API. It looks like it's all but caught up now. It is indeed. Huh. That's weird. Lee, that may even flip. But again, it really doesn't matter if he doesn't start to change his fortunes in Charleston and even in Beaufort. I mean, it's just too many votes there. He did worse in Beaufort than I thought. In Georgetown, too, is like, but that's PD. That's the last PD county before you get into the low country. Clarendon. Can he tighten some of these? I don't know. We'll find out. He can. It's just a matter of how different the election day vote is. He definitely can tighten them. There's a lot more vote out than there is. The question is, are they voting early votes really going to match the same patterns? I don't know what just came in, but it took her down 0.02%. I don't know what I'm missing here. I didn't see anything. I'm trying to keep my eye open to see if something is election day. There's a little bit more from Georgetown. Nope, it's not it. Nope, it's not Beaufort. It was, nope, it's not that. Yeah, we just don't have any. They're just trickling in remainders of early votes. Come on. Lancaster got to 26, but still. Bamberg came in. It's Graham by 41.9. Jeez, that's a big margin. Just come on. I'm looking to see. Nothing. Once one cracks 30, then maybe we'll get some. Even though McCormick was at 30, it's not there now. You cannot lose the upcountry NPD in a Republican primary anymore. You can't do it. You've got to be able to win something else. There's Dillon, Chesterfield, Lee. No, it's just not it. I don't know why we're not. It's just trickles of early in some form, whether it's in person or it's an absentee. Typically, she's doing better in the absentee than she's doing in the election in the in person early, but Nope. Nope. And nope. Yeah, we just have no sample here. All right, some of the more central counties are filling in. Look at that in Orangeburg. 72-28. You got to have, oh my God, wait a minute. Okay, looks like I got to go to Stinch here. I'll be back. I don't think they'll have a call before I get back. I'll leave it live so you guys can hear it. Sound good? You're going to hear them test with me and everything. Bear with me, guys, all right? Oh, I got to put my code on. Got to put my code on. Yeah, I would rather be her because you still have to wait for election day vote. But because Republicans haven't been showing up on election day, that's ultimately the issue. Although in South Carolina,
a criminal with a rap sheet, a violent, disgusting rap sheet, tends to.
Hello, Mr. Barris. How are you doing today?
Living the dream, boss. How you doing?
Yeah, doing good. Thanks. Camera looks good. Audio sounds good. What's your location today?
You want me to put it in the chat? It's New Bern.
Then give him the
I got it.
Country. That's the story.
That's exactly
home of the Bears, baby.
Policies here. They have an ICE detainer. This guy has had multiple ICE detainers. I was going down the draft.
Awesome. All right. I'll let our producers know you're ready.
Thanks, boss.
His rap sheet. Multiple ICE detainers, all of them ignored ICE. So now what ICE has to do is wait outside of the jail until they release them, that we get the public information on when people are going to be released. ICE has to sit there and wait for this guy to be released. But in this case, they held on to him. So not only are they not honoring the detainer, when they see ICE out there, it appears they are intentionally holding this guy back so that he won't be picked up and waiting for ICE to leave to then let this guy out to go victimize more people. It is criminal. Whoever allows this to happen should be prosecuted.
Look, it should be a 15, 20-minute process. You drive to the jail, they hand them over to you, you take them, and then guess what? When you take them back to the ICE facility, now you can go back out and catch more bad guys. Instead, they're sitting outside of the jail, basically having to sit there instead of catching bad guys. I'm telling you, the left is despicable. Ben, you want to give us a little preview of, you got Law and Order coming up soon?
Yeah, next episode we're working on.
Stinch is funny, isn't he?
One. Got the book coming out. I'll actually be doing
it's funny, right?
In Fresno. It's the only advanced release book signing.
Keep this up while you guys wait.
California at 10:30 a.m. at Warrior Fitness on the corner of Cedar and East. Anyone in the Central Valley of California can come join. New episode of Law and Order coming up, and then we'll be here for the protest tomorrow. But I'm just telling you guys, wait till you see this video I release later this evening. It is going to blow your mind.
All right. I will share it on my X feed as well. Ben Berkwam.
Kershaw's at 33.
Coming on. And I want
Let me
to
see something.
Everybody has your book, Step Into Fear. You can pre-order that now on Amazon as well. Ben, thank you.
Nothing.
God bless you, Grant. God bless ICE.
Absolutely. Be safe out there and tell the guys a big thumbs up from all of us here as well as Stinchfield's Army. All right. Listen, folks, take a look at this. Speaking of Stinchfield's Army, you got your Stinchfield's Army merch yet? There's a Stinchfield's Army shirt. We got all kinds of shirts. So we got Truth Bomb shirts. We got toxic liberal women shirts. We got all kinds of stuff. Coffee mugs, hats, you name it. Get your Stinchfield's Army merch. Show your support. GrantStinchfield.com. Use the promo code GRANT for 10% off. That's promo code GRANT for 10% off at GrantStinchfield.com. That's Grant.
All right. So he is doing better in Charleston County, by the way, just to tell you.
Markets versus polls. Which one should you trust? Which is better? We'll break it down with a pollster and a gambler. I'm the gambler. Our guest is the pollster. Next.
And she's starting to inch out as more of this vote comes in. It's Ori, just that vote, and Ori's just cleaning his clock, man. That is the county. You cannot leave that county. 26% is fugly, man. Fugly. I'll tell you right now, guys. I mean, if he doesn't do better in Charleston, in the vote done by the time we get to election day, if he doesn't do better in Charleston, that's when you just call it. You know, that's when you just call it. You'd have to just call it. Be it. All right. I don't know why she's coming down, but she is. I don't see anything that would make her come down unless there's election day vote coming in somewhere. But I just don't see it. That Charleston dump will do it. I mean, if he doesn't do better in Charleston, then there's just no way. I don't know where she's falling from. I can't see it. Kind of hard to pay attention and do this at the same time. I just don't. I don't see it. Yeah, it's still, I mean, she's maintaining those margins where I'm seeing. I'm not understanding where that's coming from. She is falling. I don't know why. I don't know what's going on.
Welcome back, everyone. The polls have closed in South Carolina. You know, we have this special election going on. My buddy, Ralph Norman, the congressman from South Carolina, running against a lady who seems a very nice lady, Lindsey Graham's sister. Ms. Graham appears to be in the lead right now. Polls have closed with 12% of the vote in, 57 to 43. Too early to tell, I would imagine. But I wanted to talk a little bit about polls and prediction markets. Now, I have a relationship with Kalshi. I will tell you that. That is a prediction market. In my opinion, this is not gambling. This is the same as you would bet on a stock.
Yeah.
You can buy a candidate or a football team, and you can sell that candidate or football team before the election or the game is over. It changes the game when it comes to, quote, wagering, which is why I would call this more investing in elections. And I know that sends a lot of people off the deep end, but it's legit when you can cut your losses and let your profits run. Now, I want you to take a look at this because Kalshi had the Senate winner as Darlene Graham at 67%. This is today, before polls closed.
Oof.
Versus 33% for Norman.
Oof.
I bought some of Ralph Norman at 33%. I figured the odds were good enough in my favor.
That was good.
But if you look at the polls, the latest poll from Trafalgar Group, they're good pollsters. They had it at dead even, 47 to 47%. Now, who's right? I mean, if the polls keep up the way they've just closed, the prediction market would have gotten it right in a big way. I want to bring in now director of Big Data Poll and author of Burn It Down, Rich Barris is with us. Rich, welcome back. I told you I wanted to talk to you about this, and
yeah, brother.
Here you are, buddy. Thanks for coming back.
Thanks for having me back. It's always good to be here.
All right. What has the prediction markets done to the polling industry? Because I love the idea of a free market. And let me just make this point again, too. With prediction markets, you have to have a buyer and a seller, just like a stock. This is why it's regulated by the Commodities Futures Trading Commission. It's not a bookmaker.
That's right.
A buyer and a seller. It's actually a free market.
That's right.
How is this changing the polling business?
Look, I do think that there's a couple of things that I don't want to use the word regulated, okay, but we do need to at least have a discussion, because right now it's the Wild West out there. And if you're a pollster, are you a little bit more incentivized? Not. Let's say if I polled it and I had a lead for Ralph Norman going into this thing, and the betting markets are against it. I mean, there's two problems with this. Number one, you may be not so inclined to want to put that out because you're going against the betting markets and you look bad, right? I mean, it looks like you're going to be an outlier. Or, I mean, there's another and a darker side to this. That may be an opportunity to manipulate the markets. And I think that we have not guarded ourselves against this very well, because the truth is, yes, you hear information, and some people hear what they have their ear to the ground. They have friends in the industry. They're reading headlines and they're betting based on information. And I don't mean bad information. They're betting on information that they're hearing. And maybe they're not listening to the polls, but the polls do move the markets. They do. And I think without any guardrails at all, it's just a recipe. We're human beings, Grant. And, if you give us a reason to do something naughty, or a way, if you incentivize us to do something naughty, I mean, I think that's what laws and regulations are for. They're to guard us against our not so better angels. And there would not be anything wrong if we decided to examine that and decide we needed something else to cap those better angels.
Well, how would you police it? You literally have to figure out the pollster, then betting a certain way, and if they were smart. I mean, we see this with baseball players. You can bet on whether the first pitch is going to be a ball or a strike. Of course, it's ripe to have a pitcher. You're not going to ruin a whole game off of one ball or a strike.
Yeah.
These pitchers have ruined their careers over this for a few $1,000s they were making.
They have. That's right. And I think that you could remember the Massey versus Gallwin primary. The betting markets had Massey at like a 67 to 70 something % favorite at some point. And then a couple of, polls came out. It swung the betting markets. People made a bunch of money. And then what happened? We saw it settle back towards favoring Massey. I mean, that kind of stuff smells a little to me. It just does. And then ultimately Massey lost anyway. So, I mean, how would we police it? I think that ultimately, the same way we had this conversation last week, that poll moved markets. The poll that we discussed last week, which ultimately folded and said, we're no longer going to conduct any more polls because we've decided that we've decided all of a sudden to tell everybody this wasn't a real polling firm. And we just wanted to see how easy it was to get fake polls into the media headlines. Now, I don't know if that's true or not, or we can take that on face value like we spoke about last week, but some people made money off of that poll. I mean, so we just can't have all of these there are too many polls and not enough pollsters, Grant, and we really shouldn't be giving equal weight. So maybe we have to police ourselves better as opposed to policing an industry.
2 or 3 percentage points
can
make someone literally tens of thousands,
that's right,
possibly millions of dollars.
That's right.
Because remember, you get in and out of these things. Let me show
that's right.
you. This is Kalshi.
Yep.
And again, I have a relationship with them, to be upfront. I love this site. I use
Me
it
too.
all the time. I use it for golf.
Me too.
I mean, it's amazing. Okay. And I love that you do too. So they've got the Ken Paxton, James Tallarico. This is the Senate race in Texas.
Yep.
Literally a dead heat. And quite frankly, they match the Emerson College Texas Senate race poll. This was done on 810. As 47 for Paxton, 46 for Tallarico, virtually a dead heat as well. Now, my thoughts on this, redistricting in Texas won't have anything to do with this, but with everything that has gone on in Texas, I don't think Ken Paxton has a chance in hell of losing. I mean, I think he wins by 10 points.
Yeah, look, people are looking at the kind of mood it is and the year it is. They also, by the way, have which Senate race is going to be the closest margin. So I love Kalshi too. I do. But they're looking at the national mood and they're saying, could this be the year where Democrats finally get their golden goose? But so those of us who have been in the business for a while do know of other signs to look at. By the way, we pulled that race and we did have it close, but we had Ken Paxton up. One of the reasons being that he got excitement that we didn't measure for other candidates. Republicans are struggling with an enthusiasm problem. So I'm looking at it from that point of view too. But there are some things the markets simply don't know, which is that despite all of the hoopla and the excitement on behalf of Democrats and the media that maybe they're going to get it and the market's showing it a 50-50, you haven't seen outside groups come in, big spending groups come into Texas the way that we saw them come into other states like North Carolina, even Michigan, which they're defending, right? So it's telling. And when you're in the business this long, you look at that, and you look at things like that, and they matter to you in a way that most market watchers don't know. And this is a great example of what I mean, where the 50-50 is just what you and I are just saying. Like, this is still a pretty red state. Can it go? Sure. But it's still, there's a Republican tilt in this state versus the polling that's showing it much more competitive.
Real quick, am I right that every time they're telling me that the Democrats are finally going to win a statewide race in Texas, we seem to be winning by bigger margins than the last time around?
Yeah, we saw that. I've been around a while. I remember Wendy Davis. She was going to finally be the one to do it. She's going to win the governor's race. I remember Beto O'Rourke, and I also remember the Reuters Ipsos poll that had Beto O'Rourke up by roughly the same margin that some of these polls have Tallarico up. I'm not saying this cycle is nothing to be concerned over, but I am saying that, I mean, Ken Paxton has something a lot of these other candidates don't have. He has bona fides. They know that he has stood up for them in the past. And I think that Democratic consultants aren't stupid, Grant, and they know how difficult this state will be.
Absolutely. It's still Texas.
It's still Texas.
And it's still Texas. Rich Ferris, great conversation. I appreciate you. I'll be texting you. We'll see what we're doing over the weekend on our sports investments.
All right. Sounds good. All the best, Grant. Thanks for having me.
Sounds good. It's good to see you. I mean, folks, what a great sidekick she is. All right,
I'm back, guys. Just like that. Look, here's what I saw. I was kind of looking as I went. I know that they have not called the race yet. I know everyone is waiting on Charleston, and you can see that he did. Look, on Decision Desk, it hasn't quite come in as much as we have seen on some of the other ones. But look at Lancaster for a second, and you'll see what I mean. There's the election day. Okay. Actually, early to election day, Darlene Graham did slightly better, okay, than we saw her do on the regular. Now, I know it's coming down. I can see Darlene's odds actually fell. She was almost like 99%. Now she's down to 96. That's simple hedging. I mean, everyone's just kind of waiting for Charleston to come in. There has to be some big difference in Charleston, because I'll tell you, I simply don't see what I think I need to see in order to feel like Ralph can do this. I just don't. All right. So I'm just saying that. We'll wait. We'll wait. He can still. I mean, look, there could be a huge difference in the vote shift. He's slowly but surely chipping away. We have it at 55.57. Maybe I'll refresh it. It is lower than that now. It's basically 53 to 47. But at a certain point, he'll run out of upcountry votes. You know what I mean? And in Ori, he did tick higher. He just didn't tick as high as you would want to if you were him in the election day vote. Some places he's doing slightly better with it. Some places he's doing slightly worse, which I actually wanted to show you. The bottom line is he's not doing as good as you would have hoped if you're him in order to beat that margin in, like, look at Florence, look at Ori. And Ori's got about 3/4 of the vote left in. It's a huge vote getter. See, you see it tighten there. This is there is other upcountry votes coming in, but there's also just, you're seeing a change in margin because, he's doing slightly better in some of these other dumps, but guys, there's a lot of votes left, and she's holding her margins in these areas where, I mean, he just simply needs to do better, and we're just not seeing that. So I know I'm over here talking, and it's, definitely moving stuff. I can see it. I'm not trying to do that. I'm just simply saying that I don't really, I mean, he needs to do better. He needs to do better. And like, there needs to be a massive change in Charleston. And that's pretty much what everybody's waiting for at this point. Okay. That's what they're waiting for. They're waiting for a massive change in Charleston. And until that happens, it will continue to go back and forth like this, but I'm not, I mean, it would be nice. I could say something more definitive if I had more than Bamberg in the low country to go off of. And honestly, in Bamberg, it's still just early vote. I'm almost certain. I can check right now. Where are you? Where are you? And it just moved. So something came in and just moved it. That's 18% in Charleston. He did do better. Did he do as good as he needed to? Absolutely not. So, I mean, I'm just gonna, man, I hate to do this, but like, I feel like I just want to go ahead and call this race and call it a day because that's not good enough. It's still early vote. Don't get me wrong, but let me see. Let me just make sure. No, it's not. She did work. So he's doing 5 points better. He could flip Charleston. He could. I mean, we'll see. But guys, I don't know how you're going to make up 5,000 votes if you don't win it and win it handily because Horry County still has so much out. They're not calling it yet, but man, that is going to be difficult. He's going to continue to chisel away at her. He is. There's no doubt. He'll chisel away at it, but it's rough, guys. That's a rough margin to overtake. I'd be stunned. I'd be absolutely stunned. I would. All right. More in Charleston's coming in. I don't know that with this point, with this much left out, I don't even know that the betting markets would move that. Let's see. Yeah, he's okay. So he is doing better in the election day vote. And I know there's a lot of votes. So I'll wait and I'll be quiet. I know some people are like, Rich, shut up. It's not, there's a lot of votes left out. There is, and I'll give you guys that. It's just that I'm looking at what's remaining. It will be close. This is going to be close. Or at least if this persists, if this pattern persists. He's just not, it doesn't look, let me look at Horry County. I don't think we have anything from Horry yet. So let me close up Charleston. Let me look at Horry and see how that's looking. Okay. So he did, look at that, 0.34 better so far. That's the shift. There's a lot of votes there, guys. This is how Donald Trump beat Ted Cruz. Okay. It is. And there were more people in it, but, it just looks like to me that it is going to be incredibly, incredibly difficult unless he starts to really flip some votes here. Now, he did do in Charleston, he's still behind 12 points with 80% of the vote remaining. So there's no doubt that if he flips it and he keeps chiseling away with 5-point margins, then just mathematically he could flip Charleston. Absolutely, he could. But it's got to remain consistent and or better for him at that point. Look at Abbeville, man. That's really close. I'm stunned he won a Coney, that early vote. It probably will not get better for her as time goes on. Look at Greenville's margins, Spartanburg's margins. This is probably... the thing that also, let me just explain what else I'm looking at that can, from Ralph's point of view, which would concern me, because I just don't see, and maybe, let me look. Nah, Collison. I don't think so. That's all over the phone still. We could look at it, but I just don't see how he's going to, yep, let me go down. It's nothing for the rest of the low country. I mean, he really needed to like we explained in the beginning of the show and early on Twitter, he really needed to like boa constrictor her around Columbia. Even you could lose Augusta too. I mean, because that's going to be a more moderate area. You can lose the Augusta area, but he needed to do more damage. I'm shocked he did not flip Lancaster. That is, let me see, Lancaster. Okay. She's probably doing better in the election day. She is. She's actually doing better in the election day. So that's one of the counties where I would have looked at it and I would have said, okay, if he's got any chance, he'll flip it because the early vote was so close. We don't have enough here. And Kershaw is a good one to look at. Although that is still pretty PD, dude. I mean, pretty more central than PD. All right, Northam is doing better there, but it's 2.3 better. It's not enough. It's not enough. And he still lost it. So, he still lost it. Charleston's got about 20% in. Ori's at 27 now. Marlboro, there's just not that many dents. He's just not making dents in this. You can't let her just have PD all the way through like that. 2.2 better in Marlboro. But when you're losing by, a 20, 30 point margin, it's not enough. That's just not enough. Let's look at Darlington too. I'm looking to see if there's anywhere on this map where he is doing considerably better with election day. It's not. Charleston's going to be his bright spot. We'll have to see what happens when more of Charleston comes in. If he flipped that and there were massive vote chunks and there was something else happening, it looks to me that she's doing a better job squeezing him in on the upcountry than he is encroaching anywhere, in the low country. I mean, even Barnwell, guys, he should have done better in some of these areas. Orangeburg's, that's a liberal area. Cullinan, not surprised, but that kind of a margin, it's bigger than you need it to be. If you're Graham, you don't need it to be that big. Greenwood, I'm just curious. Let me look at Spartanburg. He actually did worse. No, he didn't. 0.33. It's just matching the early vote. All right, so that's going to bring her down a hair. 0.01. Looks like he did flip that. It's small votes. She's pinning him down here. I mean, that's just the reality. She's pinning him down. Lancaster is about to get really tight again, but you'd have to start flipping some of this stuff, guys. You just can't. The election day vote has to be 5 to 10 points bigger in order, because if you lost the early vote by 30 statewide, let's say you lost the early vote by 30, and that is 20% of the vote, all right, then you can make it almost a dead even race if you win it by a little over 5 on the election day statewide. So far, we're only seeing that in Charleston and really nowhere else. So that's ultimately his problem. It could still, don't get me wrong, it could still tighten. Or he just dumped a huge chunk. It went significantly for her. That's going to boost her back up. And now she's going to fall again because other stuff has come in. All right, it looks like, because I'll be honest with you, I sold Northam at like 44 cents and I was going to get out of it, but I just looked at how Darlene was doing, so I bought it at like 91 and they paid it. They already canceled the market on it. I don't know why they did that. I don't see anybody calling the race. We'll see. Maybe they just don't want any more bets on it. Even though when they called it, I don't know, like 95. The last I looked at it, she was at like 95. I don't know why they did that. But still, it's that Ori dump, man. They just saw that Ori dump and they were like, that's a lot of votes. It is. Precisely why I hate to go back and do this again. But I'm gonna, because it's important. You cannot win a Republican primary through the upcountry anymore. It's why I liked Mark Lynch. He's a very nice guy. But in the initial round of this primary, they needed to coalesce around a low country Republican who could then go toe-to-toe in the Piedmont and the upcountry, because you're going to lose parts of Central, if not all of Central, to Lindsey Graham, and you are going to lose the Myrtle Beach area because of his association with Donald Trump. You had to do what Ralph did here in the upcountry, but also win the Charleston area and Beaufort, by the way. I mean, there's a lot of votes in Beaufort, Berkeley, all of that. Even maybe fight a little bit in Georgetown. 70-30 in Georgetown is a friggin' blowout. In fact, did he do any better in the election day vote there? Probably not. This shows in this area of South Carolina, she did better in the election day. About 5 points better. It's going to keep going back and forth like this. She's going to fall a little bit. He's going to rise a little bit, especially as other areas up by Spartanburg, come in. He's winning Union County. They just dumped a little bit there too. But it's very small amount of votes. The votes are in the Low Country and the PD, man. That's where the votes are. Spartanburg and Greenville, Pickens, Spartanburg and Greenville definitely have votes. Don't get me wrong. But it's just not enough to lose both. You have to win one of to go against an establishment Republican. And that is what she is. Let's call it what it is. She's an establishment Republican. Oof. 99 she's at now. Not that it matters. I was just talking. Oh, it's back on the board. They put the betting markets, put her back on the board. Yeah. I mean, look, it's just somebody who had something. That's why. That's somebody who had shares, I guess, that wanted to dump some shares. As soon as that Charleston goes, I mean, it is what it is. When that Charleston comes in, and if it's not significantly better for him, and I don't see that shit turn yellow, that's a wrap. I mean, that's just a wrap, Cupcake. I don't know what to tell you. Everyone will call it. You know what I mean? Everybody will call it. Without a doubt. We wait for Charleston. Ori's about 40% in, right? Yeah, 39. This says 18. It's probably more like 20, but we don't know yet. Look, see, McCormick, she actually did better as more votes came in McCormick, which is interesting because McCormick is decidedly up country. Yet she got much closer. That's the last of up country before it really gets into Piedmont. I was going to tell Grant too at that point, but I didn't. You know, you can't just blast that shit over. Should I start doing that? He's like, hey, I bought it at 33. It was worth it. Is that it? No, it's not. We're all waiting for this. I mean, everybody's waiting for that. Until that vote share comes in, there's nobody. I'd be shocked if people called it, unless we just get to a point where her advantage builds out beyond what Charleston can do, which we're kind of getting to that now. Because if Charleston, like, you know, looks like Colleton and Berkeley, there won't be enough left on the board for him to even do it. I know people out there, but there's Spartanburg out there. Yeah, I get it, guys. I get it. I understand that. That's like a 10-year ago Republican primary. She has almost 7,000 vote, almost just under 7,000 vote margin in Myrtle Beach alone. You have to do significantly better in some other area in the Low Country. That's it. At the risk of sounding redundant, it's just true because I'm getting messages basically saying, when she'll eventually start to chunk out here, but he will too, though. He's got a lot of vote in the upcountry left. It's that one county. I mean, that's 3,000 right there. This is about almost 2,500. Let's call it. Let's be nice. Pickens. Every time I look at this county, I get sad. You want to know why? It is the highest Black population in the Piedmont area and in the upcountry area, whatever you want to collectively call it, upcountry. And Donald Trump just absolutely crushed there. You know how he did it? Pulling over Black voters at a number we've never seen a Republican do. Can I get out of this now? I can get out of the monkey suit. Paul, it's funny because you're a gambler and a pollster. I know, Paul, and I felt really bad for like when he said, I heard him say that he got it at 30 something cents. And I'm like, holy, I wanted to say so bad. Well, holy shit, I hope you sold it at 44. You know, like, I think, I don't know. I was doing this. I was on camera, so I either did it 42 or 44. I'm not a big, like, I don't like losing my hard-earned money. So like I'm not a big gambler, and I'm more willing to take the profit off of a market move than I am to hold on to it like so many of my other friends who are gamblers. I don't do it. I see a modest profit and I take it, and it's just because of who I am, you know. And also my old school financial career, you know, financial services career. Our goal wasn't to slay these. It wasn't a gambler's goal. It was okay, look at that actually. So it comes in and she actually does even better in Charleston. I'm sorry. I'm going to go ahead and do I do this? Guys, she did better in Charleston. She actually did better in the election day vote. So I just see no path. I see no path. I really don't know what on earth. Yeah, no, I mean, she did better in that dump. Overall, you can see it on the screen, the shift is still 3.23 from the early vote to election day. It depends where that came from in Charleston, but it doesn't matter either way. He really needed the Sanford, the old Sanford crowd to back him, and we're just not seeing that. Thank you, my good man.
You're welcome.
Did you turn it inside out? I'm not on camera, so I'm going to go ahead and just get changed. I got to get out of the monkey suit.
It is not inside out.
Okay, thank you. That works. So it feels like somebody turned the thermostat back up
I did.
because it was turned down because I like it
Hey,
cold
don't
when I
you
go on
in front
camera.
of the ladies,
I'm not
you
in
know?
front of the ladies. I'm not in front of the camera. My son is like, "Are you really getting undressed right now?" It's just my shirt. Number one, chill out. And number two, it is, see, I'm not on camera.
Oh, you
See it?
boy.
My son is like, "Are you really doing this right now?"
Oh, yeah, 'cause you're
Come
gonna
on,
beat
buddy. You think your mother wouldn't kill me?
Yeah, you're.
She would kill me.
Yeah, folks, there would be no more people.
There would be no more People's Pundit. Here lies People's Pundit. That's what would happen. He took his shirt off in front of the camera, and his wife killed him.
He's no longer inside the numbers. He's inside the grave. Oh man.
It's a good thing I got that. It's a good thing I got that at that price, isn't it?
Oh, dog.
And I got him at like 33, and then he went up to 44. But like I'm a chicken shit, you know. It's true. I'm a chicken shit with my money. It's the truth. So like I see it go up. I see it's like up 20% or whatever. I'm like, good, bye. You know, like
Yeah.
I just can't do it. I just can't. I don't have the stomach for gambling the way people gamble. I'll be the first to admit it, because when you've been po, okay, when you've been po, you don't do that, or at least like people I know don't do that. Look at that. I mean, nothing more from Charleston. Oh, I got to kill it. Hold on, guys. 1 second. I got to kill it because it's asking me to sign in again. I left it dormant too long, I guess. Hold on. Can't see my password, so give me 1 second. I'm going to sign in. At some point, I just got to go ahead and pull the plug on this thing. I mean, I'm really surprised after that vote came in Charleston that the decision desk did not lean into this one. I am. And I know that they're waiting. There's a lot of vote in Spartan left, but she's now stretched out to a 9,000 vote lead. And I just don't see where he's going to make that up. Newberry's been pulled back. What the hell? He's ahead of Newberry. He was ahead of Newberry, but in some of those areas, she wound up doing better in the election day vote. So, yeah, I don't know, guys. I don't know. You know what I mean? Oh, let's talk about margins. Ooh, don't they have a margin market? What the hell am I doing? They have a margin market, didn't they? Wow, good job, dude. That's not that big of a deal. You put in $6,000, you got 7. Actually, yes, it is. That's good. Don't they have margin markets for her? Come on, don't they? It's at 99%. I could just cash out if I wanted to now, but I'm not going to. Margin of victory. Let's see. She's at 8 right now, basically. A little under 8. Looks like 3 to 6 is the consensus. I don't know if that's the case, dude. I don't listen. First of all, whatever I say should not be taken as gambling advice. Okay. That's number one. Oh, I'm here. I'm flipping on the thing. I got my shirt up. Hold on. There we go. You don't need to see me. I'll put myself on the bottom of the screen, but I mean, I'm just blowing vape in your faces. I actually thought let's go to questions while we wait. There's nothing we can do except for wait for more of the Charleston vote. I think she's at working on like a 6 to 9 point lead right now. That's what I really do think. Is it going to come in and tighten a little bit? I mean, honestly, don't they have a higher margin for her? 6 to 9. I mean, it's tough, you know. I mean, it's tough because I know that people expect some of this other vote to come in and tighten. I mean, Greenville, he's got a lot of vote in Greenville left, a lot. This is the issue. If with going with 6 to 9 is that there is vote in Greenville, guys, a lot. And Ori is effectively done here. I mean, well, they're not done, but they're 54% in. That'll take 9 off, 9s. He's only at 3. And that Charleston really changed the calculation for me. I mean, he's not, it doesn't seem to me like he's doing good enough. Oh, let's check out the polls in Oklahoma. There's a governor's race here. Can we do that? Do you guys mind? I know there's a governor's race. We got Drummond over Matt. Oh my God. What? This is an interesting race. No. Did you guys see the town hall yesterday, or the town hall with the questions and shit? You guys see it? It was crazy, man. Absolutely crazy. There was like recorded. Yeah, it's because everyone's waiting. It's Greenville and Charleston. That's what everyone's waiting on. Oh, really? Just now? Oh, that's sad to hear. I don't know what to tell you guys. You should be worried. There's a lot of votes in Greenville, true, but there's also a lot of votes in Charleston and Ori. I see this concerns me, guys. Let me just hold on. I am on the screen. Okay. So I just looked at a message, and it's from a consultant, and they're like, just now they got worried. And it tells me, like, what the hell do you think you know about South Carolina these days? Like, Republicans are always 2 cycles, 3 cycles behind in their thinking. As soon as you saw that low country number, you should have got worried then. Spartanburg and Greenville cannot carry the whole state for you. It just can't. You have to win parts of the low country if you're going to be an upcountry coalition. Because PD almost certainly is going to go with the central region counties, and there's a ton of vote. Now, if he pulled off some miracle and Richland were to come in, and never mind. Although he is doing better than I would have expected. He's doing better in Richland than I would have expected. But if that was the case, then I would have been like, oh, okay, well. But she still has a lot of vote in Ori. She's doing better than expected in Charleston. He didn't flip it. And now she's carrying Richland. And let me look and see if there's a difference between the election day vote. And I just don't understand how many votes they still think are in these counties. Like, guys, that's like 2012 shit, He is doing better in the election day, but he did not carry the election day. He got crushed in the early 60-40, and he won election day 55-45. So overall in Richland, it's 56.7 to 43.1. He's going to lose it. So I just don't know where the hell they're well, now we're getting concerned. Now you're getting concerned? I don't even know what to say to that. I feel like I haven't been talking into a microphone about South Carolina for 6-7 months. What is it? It's August. Hold on. Oh my God. No, it's been like over a year. Oh my God. Yeah, I've been talking into the microphone about South Carolina and Republican primaries and what it means for the future of the lean of the state in the future. I've been literally focusing on South Carolina for over a year. For about 14 months now. We've been talking about this ad nauseum. And they just now started to realize it. That's crazy to me. Yeah, his internal poll. I will tell you this: his last internal poll, because of the Trump rally, after the gaff, they had him up like 52-40, and then like last night's, I guess you would say it was the most recent, had him up a few points. I think it was like 4, but it was tighter. But so that's it, and Norman needs to fire his internal pollster. Look at what Trafalgar had this race dead even. So, dead even. Mass majority of voters in this country are ignorant. The betting markets are crushing the polling industry. That's not little too, that's not exactly true. Let me just give you guys this stat again, because the truth is the betting markets move with the polls a lot. We've measured it. We've done this. We've looked over this. Yeah, that's still not good enough. Some of that Charleston vote that just came in is not good enough. And she's maintaining her Ori lead. Marion just crushed, even though it's a small amount of votes. Dylan is totally in 78-22. I mean, that is just gross. Marlboro is still hardly anything. I mean, she's got 1,000 vote edge exactly in Darlington with 80% reported. Richland is 45% in. He held his own, but it's not good enough. He needed parts of the low country. End of story. Like that's it. Chester 63% in. He's winning at 53-47. He still was not able to flip Lancaster, and now it's almost done. 93%, and it's at 53-47. Kershaw is done. She won at 51-49. So as some of these votes in Greenville come in, it's true that you will start to see him pull that down. Spartanburg now just took a big chunk in. He's winning at 65-35. That helped him a little bit. That just happened in front of our eyes. But look, let me give you guys this stat. In the last 10 years, in primary polling for gubernatorial and senatorial races, the average miss is about 13 points. Okay. There's a miss like we've seen in Wisconsin and Michigan about every 1 out of 10 polls, every 1 out of 10 races, actually. The primary polling is different. It's not like general election polling, except for in presidential primaries. And that is because of a larger population, which you would think would be harder to poll. But in truth, it's the exact opposite with polling. When you're talking about like a finite, smaller universe, like a runoff election, I think that's why we did so well in Texas, because Texas was a big runoff turnout. That was big. Even for Texas, that was interesting. And we took a gamble because we thought with Ken Paxton, I'm going to believe these people because I think they are going to come out. Excuse me. And they did come out. Actually think that, yeah, she'll probably end up like bringing this in a little bit more. Let me just go ahead and grab some shares of something real quick. All right. Why I can't verify your location? What the hell does that mean? Give me the shares, please. Thank you. Yeah. So, ooh, popped already. So, you want to dump those? I know you do. So, in any event, it's not as in regular senatorial and gubernatorial polls, it's not as accurate as people have made it out to be, although it does decently well. I am a little bit surprised with Trafalgar's poll here. They know South Carolina very well. That is his state, Georgia and South Carolina. That's his bread and butter. So I am a little bit stunned by that. I am. And yet here we are, So there's that. Yeah. I mean, so, I just want to say, Sir Patrick O'Brien, shirtless rich is for subscribers only. Isn't that like OnlyFans then, brother? Like I might as well join OnlyFans. I mean, I think that it is having a tough go this year, though, just to go back to like what Woofy said. because I think there are more pollsters, Woofy. You know, there's like a new poll every friggin' day. There's a new polling firm. One just announced yesterday, oh, we're raising money because we're going to be polling alien disclosure for the administration and for Congress. Hello, I already did it for you. Where you been? Like, I literally already did this for you. I already explained. I already gave you guys exactly how to do it and the impact of disclosure. I actually do think Darlene could expand her lead here. I do. Despite what's out in Greenville and Spartanburg, I do. There's still Horry County vote. She's holding that lead. It really comes down to what goes on in Charleston. If she continues to increase her advantage in Charleston, which surprised me greatly, then she probably will. Did Dorchester come in on the other thing? No, it's out. It's empty. It's a blank slate. 46, 58. So she's at 8 points right now. Everyone expects it to tighten because of Greenville. I'm not sure they can tighten it that much. I really am not. There's a lot of counties that are outstanding that are going to be Darlene counties, it looks like. And I mean, Jasper is funny. But it looks to me that one of these candidates got the boa constrictor off. It just wasn't him. And if you look at a bellwether like a Lancaster, which used to be a bellwether, it still signifies like a 6-point lead. So I'm telling you, I'm starting to think that the betting markets, well, I'm not going to say that. I'm just saying I think that the betting markets are not representing the odds that she could possibly hold this lead and expand it slightly. I know it's increasing. That's probably because Spartanburg just came in. There it is. Whoa! Whoa! That's a big ass chunk for Ralph Norman. Whoa! But they're at 56. Horry's at about 58. They'll probably cancel each other out a little bit. There's more in from Charleston. Let me just peek at Charleston and see what that is. All right. 2.2 is not good enough. It's just not good enough. That's not good enough. It's going to be very close when it comes down to it. But when this starts to come, but at this point, Horry and Greenville will effectively cancel each other out. Spartanburg maybe has another net 4,000 votes for her. He probably is moving up on the betting odds right now, to be honest with you. Now she's still at 99. Yeah, she's still at 99 because I was just looking. They didn't pay it out yet, but yep, they'll pay that out though, obviously, when it's done. But that's going to pull that down quite a bit. The 3 to 6, that's up. That's up now, 24.5%. It's now at a 94% chance after that happened. What else? Let me look at locals, get some of these. How about a People's Pundit betting pool with a portion of winnings going to funding? What are you guys talking about here with this? Explain this more, Ryan, because it might have been you, but then other people were talking about it. Somebody initially brought it up. How would that work? I'm curious about that. I mean, I'm curious about that. James, I gave your wife alcohol at the 1776. Hope she loves that. And she's not a big drinker, my wife, but she does like bourbon and whiskey, and she loves that. So thank you. She liked it. Was in an Uber yesterday, talk politics. He's liberal, conservative. We both listened to you. Oh my God. So you were listening in the Uber. What did he say? I'm curious. Follow that up. You don't have to tip me to do it, but thank you all for the tips, of course, but follow that up. I'm curious. Boomers are a cancer. Wait until you read chapter 1 of Burn It Down. I try in my very best to try to explain to people, boomers and, oh shit, he did close that a little bit. I try to explain to people quite a bit in the boomer camp. I don't want to give it away. I want to say it so bad, but I can't because I can't give it away. It's getting closer. Horry's going to dump their votes though, and then Greenville is going to dump their votes, and Yeah, wouldn't it be crazy if they just shit out and farted, and then Ralph had enough to get over the hump with Greenville, and I sold him at 44 cents? What a fucking idiot I'd be. You know? Oh my God. How stupid would that be? Her 3 to 6 is now back down to 94%. That's interesting. Yeah, that's interesting. I mean, it looks like Myrtle did not have as much as they thought they did. That's been adjusted, so she does have less vote share there. How's Richland looking? You want me to check that out, Laura? Okay, I got you. What does this mean for the general? I assume she's the worst candidate. How much of the 30s Never Lindsay will she be able to pull back? You know, in truth, she may be able to. I know it sounds crazy, but in truth, it may have cleaned the slate for her a little bit. You know, I don't know yet. I think she's still, unless it's a total nightmare election for Republicans, which it could be. I think that it's possible that the state could get more competitive than people realize. Some other states are far more competitive than Republicans are allowing themselves to believe right now. Although I do agree with Grant when it comes to Texas. Texas is going to be incredibly hard. But you could, like a state that you're not expecting to slip away, could absolutely slip away and them not even realize it. So, how much of it does she win back? Maybe not much of them, but perhaps she does better with independents because she's softer and she's not Lindsey Graham. We'll see, though. We'll see. I mean, this is why, frankly, I don't really trust anybody else's poll, and I like to poll myself, This betting pool thing, Yard Hatch, here we go again. Ryan, Yard Hatch, you guys are bringing this up. I want to know what you mean by this. How would this work? A People's Pundit betting pool with a portion of winnings going to fund public polling project. Paul, are you listening to this? This could be an idea that we could add to something else, which I am not going to say live. But are you listening to this right now? If so, text me, because this could work, bro. I'm just saying. Rich, it's a lot easier to poll if they can crib your results on aliens, elections, etc. That no shit, Dred. No shit. Exactly. Oh, they're all of a sudden going to poll disclosure. Nobody else in the history of polling has ever done that. We are the only one with a data set and track record. And you're telling me all of a sick of it, Robert. I really am, dude. That's Dread Robert, always with the great comments, because he fucking knows. That's a load of horse shit. Excuse me, by the way. My wife is listening. I don't want to curse. But it's horse shit, man. We all know this. Horse shit. What a scam, But you hush your mouth about, exactly, I didn't. Of course I did, babe. But, I mean, it's terrible, man. It's absolutely, it is. Did they need to do that? And did you see their press release as if like it's some novel concept? They came up with it, Robert. That's the thing that pisses me off the most. They're like, we're going to do something different. We're going to do something crazy. It's going to be a huge help for everybody. Bro, I've been doing it for years. What are you talking about? Let's cut the crap. That thing was tagged and hashtagged a million times over. You saw it and you got the greatest idea. Oh, let me crowdfund and then get some money from the administration. Like, who the hell are these people? They don't even have a relationship with half the congressmen. Maybe they do. I don't know. I just think it's really, really very obvious, Yeah, Paul, I'm saying add it to it, bro. You know what I'm saying? And I can't really say it right now, but theoretically, we could just add it, It depends what he's talking about. It depends. Can I get either Yard Hatch or Ryan to explain to me in a little bit more detail what you intend, what you're saying by a pool? because I'm open to ideas here. I am. So like, and he's probably like, damn it, I'm trying to eat something. I'm eating a friggin' cheeseburger over here, and now Rich wants me to type a paragraph, you know? Hey, Laura, I mean, I don't know if you looked on YouTube, but is it okay to go shirtless for subscribers only? Your son was in here and he was like, yeah, right. Then there won't be a People's Pundit because mom will kill him. Mom will kill him. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't understand how it would work. I don't understand how it would work. He'd have to explain to me better on you know. Can you do it? Yeah, I mean, we'll see. But I don't really I mean, I'm not a betting, I'm just not like a betting market guy, so I don't really know how that would go. As far as like not that I'm not a betting market guy. What I'm saying is I don't have the infrastructure for something like that. So I don't know if you're saying to build my own or you're saying to approach Kalshi and ask them to make a market. You know what I mean? And Laura said that our son is wise. She wouldn't kill me, but she would dismember me. That's a possibility. Gentlemen, if you can't handle it, don't marry a Hispanic woman because you might end up bobbited if you're not a good boy. I am a good boy, but I'm just saying if you can't be, I think you need to Google 2 words. Lorena Bobbitt. Okay. and then there turned out to be this documentary. I kid you not. And I looked it up. And funny thing is that I'll look at it in a second. Funny thing is, apparently it's like a cultural thing, and there's like a rash of them in certain areas around the world. By rash of them, I mean dismemberment. And it's like in African, Latin American, and certain Asian countries. Laura, was it Vietnam or Thailand? But like they have sayings and everything. It's like some women keep geese just in case because they eventually modern medicine caught up and figured out how to reattach them, and they can't have that. You know what I mean? So yeah, let me go and check and see. I just want to point out something that Vietnam, Laura said it was Vietnam. I just want to point out something that the Public Sentiment Institute, which got into some trouble in Florida, which then G. Elliott Morris like ran around and blacklisted them all over the industry now. Nobody wants to put them in there like aggregates. None of the Twitter people want to tweet them out. I just want to point out that Mike Mazzei was the favored candidate in the race that you're seeing on the screen right now. And if I'm not mistaken, they had Drummond up and it was an outlier and people were like, yeah, screw you. Well, guess what? I just want to point out right now that it looks like the Public Sentiment Institute's was right. And I'm looking for their poll right now, 50.7 to 49.3. And it was of 490 registered Republican primary voters, registered Republicans. The margin of error was 4.7. They projected turnout around 22.7% of the vote, or 290,000 votes, which is neat that they actually say what it is. That will be off if 11% truly is in, but it doesn't really matter. They had Drummond leading in 61 counties and Mazzei leading in 16 counties. And I'm telling you right now, that looks like that's going to be very, very close to accurate. This might even flip. Let me see real quick. Let me take, where is their total percentage vote share? Here we go. Yeah. That's interesting. Looks like Drummond did good, banking some of his early votes. He won the big population centers, or he is winning them. Let me just see. He did worse among election day votes. This is interesting. This is really interesting. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know why that market has effectively not closed by now. I mean, she's going to win by like 3 to 5 points, I think. That's what I think. It's gonna be close. Like, that's still kind of close, but Greenville's holding on to its votes. Spartanburg's almost all in. That didn't really give him that much more. Horry County's almost totally done. That isn't. Yeah, that last chunk was pretty good for her again. And he didn't put it together in the low country. He just didn't. I mean, that's what it comes down to. You do one damn low country area, you get one decent result in the low country area, guys, and you win a Republican primary. You could get, if you can't win PD, that's what you have to do. And if Trump's endorsed candidate is you're running against them, you're going to lose PD. You're going to lose these 3 counties pretty bad. And Horry being the worst one. I am a little bit surprised at Georgetown a little bit. A little bit, because it is just like so much. Williamsburg, not so much, not at all. The other one that shocked me a little bit was Beaufort. She did better in Beaufort than I expected. Even slightly better in Berkeley, which doesn't surprise me. Bamberg's another one. She won at 71-29, but that's the kind of county where you probably will lose, because it's going to be a very small rural county that's still very loyal to Trump. The problem is, here's the kicker, and what people don't understand. The voters who vote in these primaries in those areas are still going to be very loyal to Trump. The voters who do not vote in these primaries or aren't voting at all because they don't want to vote, they're pissed. They're not. Why does that matter? Because it's not just that Trump squeezes more out of some of these small town America areas. He drives the percentage of the vote as their share higher than Republicans do. And what we're seeing everywhere is that Florida was a horrible example of this, because you even saw it in the urban high vote getting areas. That was not a good turnout for Republicans. That was not. I mean, they missed by like a factor of 3, considering they added 1.2 million more since 2022. By 1.2 million more, I'm talking about partisan voters. So partisan registrations. They should have done better. And Byron Donalds would have been well above 50 if we would have saw people come out in those areas where he just did well, but it didn't matter because he didn't do as well as he could have if there was a higher participation. Some of the biggest drop-offs were in areas where, like, speaking of state-to-state migrants, like Horry County is a state-to-state migrant area. Well, in Florida, for Byron Donalds, for instance, it would have been somewhere in like the Tampa Bay area, like Pinellas. All right. That was a bad drop-off. Or even Miami-Dade. Certainly a lot of them moved to Miami-Dade. That was a poor drop-off. Okay. So I'm just saying, it's almost like it's a Pyrrhic victory. You know, I've used this word before to explain like why taking out Massey, as much as you think he's a pain in the ass, was still stupid, incredibly stupid. When you only win the national popular vote by 1.5%, you certainly can't afford to piss off what represents about 4 to 6% of your coalition. You just can't. Libertarians are going to wind up running pains in the asses all over the place. There it is. It's over. There we go. Decision made. Darlene Graham has won. See, I'm a little bit surprised they didn't lean into that as soon as that second vote dump in Charleston came in. I'm really surprised, because he needed Charleston to catch up. I understand that Spartanburg still has the Greenville area, and Spartanburg, especially Greenville, which has more than Horry County remaining, and he's winning it by a huge margin. That's a 10,000 vote edge, which could close the gap almost. But how's he going to close that other 2,000 and get over the hump? The only way to do that was to win Charleston. I'm telling you, it's it. Now, you could say, well, we're going to do better in some of these other counties, but it tends to not happen if you're only consolidated to the upcountry. I cannot believe that I got that text message about 45 minutes to an hour past the time where we already had enough fill out on the map to tell us this isn't good. And I'm just really surprised that this is a consultant, a South Carolina consultant. And he's like, we're starting to get a little worried. Starting the minute Charleston's second batch came in. And she did better in that second batch than the initial early vote dump. And you saw Beaufort and the rest of them. See, Jasper went 72-28 for her now. This was always going to happen because Charleston was your best bet, which ended up being the case. A bunch of like the Charleston GOP, like, I don't even know what to call them. These guys have been there for a while. They make up Charleston GOP. They decided they were going to back Ralph Norman. And yet they didn't get the county to go along with them, and let alone get it out in the rest of the Low Country. He actually did fairly respectable in Central. We'll see what happens when the maps fill in, but he did fairly respectable in the Central area of South Carolina. I just am a little bit surprised that Ralph didn't, especially around Southern Central, he didn't wrap around a little bit. That's where, but again, that's because he didn't put together what he needed to put together here. Now, what's this going to end up being? Like once Spartanburg comes in, 3 to maybe 6 points, something like that. Well, let's see what's votes left. Yeah, 3 to 6 points. It's going to tighten. Greenville has just a lot more left than anywhere else. I don't understand how people aren't putting this together yet. I'm stunned. And I will say that this is not it. Okay, I don't want to take anything away from him. It's certainly what Darlene said at that debate is disqualifying. Now I can say what I can say. The race is called and I can say what I want to say. She's an idiot. It does take influence to get people to vote for an idiot. So you can't take that away from Donald Trump. What she said is an otherwise disqualifying statement, period. Everyone knows it. She's going to be a disaster of a senator. And it does speak badly about us that we elect people who admit in a debate in front of everyone that they don't know anything about the job. It really is a sad commentary on us, guys. It is. That being said, it shows you Trump's influence. Now, how much influence? He lost one of these big primaries already with the governor's race. And now he's going to get Darlene between maybe 3 to 5 points over the finish line because Spartanburg does have a lot left and so does Greenville. So I'm just looking at what's remaining here. York, that's quite a bit still. York and Greenville have a lot left. So they're going to probably wind up tightening that. We'll see. But let's say it's 5 points. Let's say that's what it is. 5-6 points. It does show that he has influence. It does, but it's kind of a little bit. It's not the old school Trump in somewhere like South Carolina. It's just not. All right. So there we have it. Anything else here I missed? Just have profit split agreement. Hard to do with funds going in and out. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like it's very, I get uncomfortable with some of this stuff, Bruce. Like I like the idea of it. I just don't know how to really make it work. You know what I mean? It scares me a little bit. Let's see if anybody's from locals. Ryan says the Republic is lost because old people are selfish, war whoring, myth believing, Zionist cucks. The rebranded Libertarian Party cannot come soon enough. Death to the GOP. It's a problem. This is, again, you guys will see in the very first chapter of Burn It Down that I try to not only explain to young people why boomers are the way they are, but I try to get boomers to understand from the younger people's point of view. And boomers really are in a league of their own because the silence are so small now. Yes, we can still talk about them because they are part of the process and they vote at very high rates. But what are we talking about now? 6%? The boomers are where they are. This is the last attempt to get them to understand. And they probably won't. In truth, they probably won't. But at least I made the effort. At least I made the effort. Laura, I'm not gonna front, baby. I'm eating one of these Welch's. The berries and cherries are the bomb. Is there any more true food? Did everybody eat my blueberries? Oh, the expression is feed the ducks, not the geese. Oh, there's Mark. He did do good. I think that there's going to start to become some, I think the election conspiracy stuff, because of course there's cheating, but I think the election conspiracy stuff is going to start to come back to bite Republicans. And I think there's going to be a bunch of people who are soon going to start to question certain things. And that's on them. They really do deserve this. Hi, gorgeous. Oh, there's the blueberries and the cherries. Thank you, pumpkin. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I can't hear myself, actually. Thank you. And I'm not going to go too much longer. I'm just going to wait and see. I mean, South Carolina's done. It's a done deal. And then I'm going to come up and probably work on some other work that I have to do. Yeah. What? Oh, you're on. What do you mean you're on? Oh, right. She had to get, I remember. Okay. I love you. I'll see you soon. Mwah. Bye. Nah, they're listening to the show. She was telling me there's true fruit left. Isn't that cute? It's my blueberry true fruit is the bomb. And the banana's really good too because it got peanut butter in it. I'm telling you, the public sentiment index is going to come in right on the money. Did they not? They did not. So it looks like, interesting. Okay, so there is one more poll that had it, but God, that was days ago. That was so long ago. What? Okay, I'm conflicted on it, to be honest with you. I'm conflicted because no matter what, I would never. Okay. Well, if I get it, guys, if I end up going into it, I have to like literally bring up the report and talk about it. And maybe it's for another show specifically, but I don't want to have to do it, you know? Gray comes in swinging with the first one of the night. That's going to happen, Gray. That's where this is going, bro. That is where this is going, indeed. You know, I could sell this right now and just take my money. Because I don't like how long they take to settle the margin markets. I don't like it at all. They take forever. And that's what I'm worried about. So I'm worried about this leading to this, leading to this. You know what I mean? And Radiohead says, get into it. Yeah. And also, right, they're slow, man. It's like, okay, for instance, look at this margin right here. I did go in a little bit later and I grabbed Graham 3 to 6. Okay. Right? Yes. Okay. I could just take the profit now. It's at 98%. I thought it's like, I remember, do you remember the Gallrin bet, which was, to be totally honest, which I always am, it was an accident. It was an accident. I was on the phone with my friend Paul, and I meant to buy Massey. And what was it, Paul? Like 6 to 9 or something? I meant to buy Massey 0 to 3. And I bought Massey like 5 to 10 or 6 to 9 or no, 5 to 10. It was 5 to 10. And it was a lot. Like, it was a big bet. And I'm like, oh my God. And I sold some, I think I like sold some because it was like, I don't remember how it worked. But then there was like the next like 2 or 3 days later, and I had that and I had the margin for Andy Barr. And I'm waiting. Okay, I'm right. Maybe they wait until the second. And if you read the rules, it's not exactly clear. So I was thinking, okay, it's not when 100% is reported and it's settled, Secretary of State is done. It's when the state certifies the results. Still, nothing. So I wound up cashing in the Gallrin anyway. I just cashed it in because I was only going to lose like, it was very small. I mean, and it was a big bet, so it was already a decent amount of money. Total accident, by the way. Again, like, I mean, I can be honest with you guys. It's just my wife is listening. I don't want to. I don't want her to have a heart attack. It worked out anyway, honey. It worked out. It was a lot, and I don't know. I know Polymarket and predicted I was just new, like fairly new to Kalshi. I messed up. Never be on the phone and make bets. Don't do it. And I did, but I got lucky, obviously. And then I waited and waited and waited, and Andy Barr's too. So eventually I cashed out of the Gallrin bet and I left the Andy Barr bet because it wasn't a lot. It was like $100 and I made like 60 or something on it. So I don't remember exactly. I could look at it actually. I could look. It might even been less than that. Hold on. Let me tell you what exactly I did. All right. Let me go to my thing. Pending closed. I'd have to go a lot back, right? I'm gonna have to go far because I trade BTC a lot. Here it is. I can show you guys so you know. Should I though? The Gallrin bet, which I settled early because I didn't want to wait, and as it turns out, it was a lot. It wasn't. I guess I was just thinking in my mind, not a lot, but it's not small in my mind because I had Massey 45 to 48 is his vote share, which paid out $515.68. Kentucky 4 primary turnout above 80K, which paid out $494.65. The Gallrin bet was significantly higher. And here's the Andy Barr. His margin of victory between 25 and 30%. That one I waited and kept because it was so small. I only bought like a few bucks and I made 252 and 11% on it. But it was nothing. I mean, it was such a small amount compared to those other bets that I did leave it. And that's the point, Radiohead. I left that one to make sure I could like test how long it took Kalshi to settle a market on a vote share or something. Bro, I forgot about it. It was literally, can I see when that margin set? Does it tell you when it settled? Outcome is Andy Barr, 25 to 35. It doesn't say where it settled. Yeah, I bought it at 27 cents. So it paid out. June 8th, 2026 is what it says was the closed position, but that's BS, dude. That's not when it paid out. It's not. I'd have to look it up. It took a long time. Oh, here we go. It says it paid out 30 minutes after closing. When it closed is the question. It was a while. Okay, closed positions. It's not telling me. It's not giving me the exact timeline, unless I'm just misreading it or I can't see it on my phone app. But that's the one I left because I was like, man, this is BS. The Massey one I took, the above 80K I took, and the Gallrin I took, which cost me, it cost me like 6%. But I bought it at 27 cents. On accident, Paul. Yeah, it was a lot. I was like, oh. Oh, I'm gonna kill you, Paul. It wasn't your fault. It was totally my fault. You should never do that. And I know better. I know better. But I thought I was going to hedge it, and it wound up losing on the hedge, but it didn't matter because I wasn't hedging the whole amount. I was hedging some. I was like, okay, well, I effed that up. I'll get Massey 0-3, and I'll hedge it against Massey 45-48. And it wound up being the 45-48 was right. The Gallrin 5-10 was right. And I lost on the Massey 0-3. Not a big deal. But I wound up ahead anyway, because of the Massey bet was just so large. I wasn't willing to hedge that much. I was like, if I effed up, I effed up, and I'm just going to eat it, and that's it. And I'll make it back later, but I'll make it back. Now perpetuals is really cool. I don't know if you guys have been messing around with perpetuals. I only have with two so far, with two markets so far. It's interesting. Okay, so now we're about in. Greenville's in. Ori's the only one left. So far, Darlene is at 6.22. So she's going to, it says 97% chance that Darlene is going to win by 3 to 6%, 98% chance. I think that's probably, I don't want to say anything, but I'm looking at Greenville chunked in on our screen, and let me just look and see what's going on here. That can't be right, though. They're telling me that's it. That's done. If that's it, that's done, then... I think decision that's probably messed up here. Let me refresh it. That's better. 4.55. I was going to say, if that's the case, something's very wrong, and she's going to expand that lead beyond that 6 points, but she's not. This is done. This is a done deal. Norma will have some come in that will chip away at what she has left in Ori, but it will be enough to keep it below at 3 to 6. That's what I think. That's my projection. I'm not telling you what to do with it. I'm just telling you that I think she's likely to end up winning by about 4 to 4.5 points. Okay, that's what I think. Yeah. Sometimes the New York Times is ahead. Sometimes it's behind. Right now, it's behind. I'm telling you that's right. The Greenville vote is right. There may be some left, but that's pretty much what's outstanding. And in Anderson, there'll be some. It'll chip. And then the remainder of Ori and some of these other Georgetown and some of these other counties will bring her back up to 4.5. Or depending on which way it's reported. Maybe hers get reported first. The Charleston's kind of a little bit. But they're basically done in Greenville. That's the number. That's a wrap. So she's going to win this thing by about 4.5 points. She could go up a little bit if her counties come in first. And then what remains of Norman's will pull her back down a little bit. But it's about 4.5. Let's call it that. And then let's go back to this Drummond race, which is just a remarkable race. With 30, this is a close race. Very close race. Whether or not the guys over at the Public Sentiment Institute get this one slightly wrong, or they still did very well. I feel like that one. If I know I got some other stuff I really, really, really have to do before the end of the night. I feel like I want to let this one ride until the end, but this could go on for a while. We'll see how fast the progress is made, and if the map changes anytime soon, before it does its thing. Let's make it all big. But I do love Cauchy, and those this comment's just hilarious. Those why am I forgetting the name of them? Perpetuals. They're cool. You can set your stop loss. You can take your prop. Like if you're like me and you're frugal, I'm not a rider. I'm not like that. But if you get, if you're up 20%, you want to sell at 20%, you can set that. It's not Republicans weren't part of Georgia election fraud. It's not Republicans weren't part of Georgia election fraud. I think that's to my comment before. New member here. I'm one of the suckers who voted Cornyn as I fell for the electability argument, but I sucked it up and I'm now campaigning for the state GOP. What I've seen in the past. Oh, this is the old one, isn't it? Nope. This is still it. Yeah. What I've seen in the past 2 months, Paxton's very popular among the base, even with Hispanics, and many voters I talked to said if they wouldn't vote if it was for Cornyn. Yep. Tallarico's enthusiasm is exaggerated, and many black voters told me they don't want to vote for him because of Crockett. That's the kicker here. Are you seeing similar results? We'll poll Texas again really, really soon. But I do think that you're onto something. Yes. I think that there's no doubt Democrats are enthusiastic, but Tallarico he's made some mistakes. And I told this to Grant on the interview before. You know, sometimes when you're in this business as long as I've been, you look at some of the other indicators, and I'm just wondering why Democrats have not moved in with outside money yet. They just haven't. And that's really remarkable to me, and it's interesting. Tells me they don't think Tallarico is ahead the way that other people think he's ahead. Let's light this fire, Rich. I'll take a hot civil kerfuffle over this slow leak into communication every day of the week. Wow. Look at that race. Now Mazzie's back to being the favorite. You can make some money over that race, guys. That'll settle. Right now, they are basically 50-50 on the betting market. So the minute you get, finally, the AP called it for Darlene Graham. Finally. Just give me a second. Let me take a look around the map, okay? That's interesting. Okay, see, that's a problem for Drummond. Now bear with me, okay? Ooh. Okay. That's why this race is so damn close. Okay. The problem. Hold on. I'm just saying I'm going to. I could tell you what I'm going to do. And it's already going up because there's a problem for Drummond. And that's Mazzie's performance in the election day in Oklahoma and Tulsi. He is doing better than he's doing. Yeah, he's skyrocketing now as I'm talking. He's doing better in his election day vote than he did in his early vote. And it's going to be hard for Drummond considering what's left outstanding. It's going to be hard for Drummond unless he does much, much better in the other areas. So this is what's left, but Drummond's ahead in it. The issue is he's not winning what's outstanding. So Mazzie is probably going to be to overtake him. That's all I'm saying. Like there's a lot of vote out left. That's Mazzie vote. And some of the red, that's Drummond's right now. His problem is that he's not winning it in the election day vote. And we can even look around, like maybe Potawatomi, he may end up losing that as well. Let me see. See, Mazzie's doing better by 5 points. He's actually winning the election day vote. So some of these counties are going to shift back to him. And that's the issue that Drummond's going to have. Mazzie's he's catchy. Just caught him, right? That just happened right in front of our face. And now the new margin is 50.2 to 49.8. That's what I'm trying to say. Like where the votes are remaining, Mazzie has a better chance to catch them. All right. So I know it said I think that I really do. I think that Mazzy's like, unless there's like a change in the election day vote, Mazzy's gonna win. All right. It's gonna be close, but he's gonna win. So I know it says that it's like 50-50, but it really is not. That literally just happened right in front of our face as I was talking, which was so interesting. It's a close race. Either way, though, again, either way, it was a good poll by the TPSI. I mean, you can't, I think, the issue they're going to have is explaining why, they felt the need to model some people out the way they did. But ultimately, outside of their Florida poll, they've been doing good. It's just, I think they're going to have an issue just like explaining why they did that over. But I believe they had, who did they have up? I know it was close. It was really close. They had Drummond up 50.7 and Mazzy 49.3. And there it goes again. Drummond just fell again. You see what I'm saying? He's going to get caught. I'm telling you. Mazzy's going to catch him because of what's outstanding, because what he's doing with it. Like, he's ahead here by now, only 0.2 in Cleveland. Oklahoma is down from 8 to 6.4. And now in Tulsa, it's only 2.9. This is going to be a really close race, but Mazzy has the advantage because he's winning the early vote. We could do it again. We can show you again. You see, I mean, he's winning the election day vote. So what's being reported now? So now he's up to 66, which is more like where he belongs. He probably is more like a 70% favorite at this point, because you need the election day margin to change in these two counties, because that's where the votes are outstanding. And even in some of the areas where, and look, you can see there's more red left. I mean, there's more yellow left than there is red, except for Tulsa and Oklahoma City. And the problem is, he built up those margins in the early vote, and now he's losing them. Even in Canadian, let's go look at that, because if that's also the case, then he's not going to have any buffer at all.
I just want you to know you're my favorite.
Mazzy's doing 1 point better. I love you, baby. You're such a sweetheart. Are you leaving me? I know you got to go to bed. I love you so much. You want to bring me the blueberry true fruit before we go? Because I can't leave. Are you making some? Oh my God, I love you. Do we have like tortillas or something for it? Oh my God, you're the bomb. Tortilla. I really want to. Somebody wants his car. Tortilla, making daddy tortilla because somebody wants his car. Yeah. So I mean, like, I again, there'll be votes that trickle in for Drummond, but now Mazzy's taking the lead, and Mazzy's gonna hold this lead. I'm telling you, he's gonna hold this lead. There he goes. He just went on the other ones too. The AP just caught up. So Drummond is the underdog at this point. He is. I'm sorry, but that's just the reality. Even though there will be votes that come in and they'll show Drummond, clicking up a little higher. The problem is I think he's gonna lose those leads in Tulsa, and he's gonna lose those leads in Oklahoma City. And when he does, oh yes, he's definitely going to, unless it changes dramatically. The early vote isn't going to hold. If that's all he got out of the early vote and he built those margins on the early vote, he's not going to hold that. There's no way. All right. I mean, I'm just being honest. I have no dog in this race, man. Just telling it how it is. You're probably going to see, I think Tulsa was 5, right? Hold on. Tulsa was 7. So if he continues that way in the very next vote dump, you could see that flip. Oklahoma, he needs a little bit more. He'll need a couple more before that happens in Oklahoma. But yeah, there'll be different things that go back and forth, and Drummond will probably, there you go. Drummond will retake the lead a little bit. That's just the way it's going to be. But I do think that, look at that. Mike Mazzy's 6, and the overall margin right now is Drummond plus 6.6. So we keep saying like, well, we'll see how much different some of these vote shares are. But in truth, we just haven't seen that much of a distinction between early vote dumps in between each other and election day ballots by precinct. So it could be, what do I mean by that? So there could be a certain precinct or something that is reported, and then an adjacent precinct in the same county is reported, and they vastly differ. Just in South Carolina, we didn't see that much. It was pretty much what it was, and that was it. So Republicans have been, that's been the case. We saw that with the Massey race too. Remember Boone County? Yeah, he did better in southern Boone County than he did in northern Boone County, where the Catholics were. But it just wasn't enough to, and that's been the story the whole time. There have, with Democrats, on the other hand, that has been a different story. They have definitely been, like Michigan, Wisconsin. We saw that where precincts were dramatically different. So, some of these things trickle in. How much more does that? I mean, yeah. Some of these are very close, actually. With 90% in, I'm curious. Let me look at Texas County. There goes Massey's back on top. I really do think we're going to see Tulsa probably go in the next vote dump. But it'll be look, he's doing better in the election day everywhere. It just wasn't enough to catch. Wasn't he fell about like 2-3 points behind on the swing. He won the absentee. The early vote, he lost in person, and then election day, that's about the same. So he probably will not be able to catch up. Now, 90%, I mean, it is possible in one more dump he does. But I think you're seeing that consistency across the board. I'd be pretty shocked if that doesn't just shift out on him right now. $22.28. We got to remember that. 22 and 28. Okay. 22-28. Let me look at the raw votes here, actually. Yeah, that's about right. That's 11 and change. Yeah, I mean, this is a hell of a race. And that's for like 15. Yep. And 11 and change. Yeah. Yep. When that changes and we get different vote dumps from there, I'll be curious to see. But when we do, it's easier. Tulsa would be the easier one for Mazzei to flip. Drummond's margin was built into the early vote there. There's not that much. So the election day margin with 80% left being 6-7 points, Drummond would need to do better in some other parts of the county to be able to stop that. Even in Oklahoma, he could do it in like 2 drops or one very big one if that margin maintains. Come on. Oh, yeah, he's now up to like 65% chance because he's going to win. I mean, I'm just being real. He's going to win. It's going to be super close, but I mean, if something was to change, he wouldn't, but I don't know. Thank you, Nicole. You're awesome. You're like my
Barris,
whoa.
You've put your finger on the pulse of young
Whoa.
Say,
Thank you for reposting that. That's a viral clip. Gotta love the War Room Posse who sent me back to number 1. Gotta love the War Room Posse for it. I mean, it was everybody. It was Alex Jones's people. And look, we released this book for pre-order. When was it? In July. We hit, was it July? It was earlier than that. January, February, March, April. March, really? Was it? It's been that long? We hit number 1 February, March, April 2nd. And then fell again, came back to number 1 a couple of times, and then came back up and hit number 1 on August 22nd. And we've been holding our own ever since. But like, that's pretty remarkable. Think of it like early votes. Oops, hold on one second. I got to tell this. Hang on, guys. Let me pick this up. Hang on one second. Hey, I was on a stream, but I literally was like, hang on, let me pick this up. But don't worry, I'm not on voice or anything. Oh, well, you're not. You're not on speaker. Honey, are you listening? Sorry about that, guys, but that was an important phone call. I wouldn't be too concerned about it. Wow. I mean, I hate to tell you, but I get them all the time. You just don't see them very often. I don't know if you're listening, but yeah. Whoa! Well, that went up when I was on the phone, huh? Mazzy's now up to 92.4%. But there was a point when the betting odds switched, right? And Drummond was up. I'm looking at this for a reason, you know? I mean, that's a race where you could legitimately see betting markets move because of the results. And people are like, oh, no, okay, things are changing. But now, yeah, I mean, it's more clear to people. Gentner Drummond is now down to 9 cents. Mike Mazzey's up to 93.5. I mean, it's amazing to me that Tulsa and Oklahoma County held, but the other counties did not. Everything else fell into place. They may still, but that's amazing to me. Let me just look at something. There you are. Yeah, he flipped it. Okay. So I didn't want to go through all the different counties. I just wanted to see. And look, yeah, he did about 5 points better. That remained consistent. So we're seeing that in the other counties. That's why it's getting kind of hard when we look at what's remaining. This is too close to really help Drummond considering what's left. Although Drummond has held on in Oklahoma, you may notice it's weird. Tulsa went up a little, right? While Tulsa's now down to Drummond 0.9. Okay. And Oklahoma went from Drummond +8 to Drummond 3.9. So let's actually take a look at them a little bit closer. Okie. Okay, so he held it at a 6.1 swing advantage. That swing was 6.1, so that's just going to continue to type. Oh, I love you. I got to eat in front of everybody. You put that on there instead? You put a cheese stick on it? I love this kid. That's a lot of cheese, though, buddy. How about I just shred them? One for each taco. That's a lot of cheese for each taco. Let me see. Wait. hold on. Let me see first, okay? But Tulsa is, wow. Let's just see how that held. Because it did look like Drummond did decent in one of those. Now it held at 6.4. And Mazzey is winning the election day. So Tulsa's probably a wrap in the next dump, like for real. It looks like maybe he did a little bit better than expected, but it's probably a wrap in the next dump. And they'll trade back and forth, but yeah. I mean, you definitely much rather be Mazzey at this point. Mazzey, whatever. If Tulsa flips, it's like, oof, which I think is, we'll see what happens on the very next dump. He's been able to hold on longer than I expected, to be honest. But we'll see. All right. I don't need people clipping the people's pun that eating a taco. So hang tight. We will wait. What a race, though. Oh, my goodness. What a race. I got a text message from a operative who is mirroring my buddy's sentiment. I don't know if he's listening or not, but they do think that I think it was Jerry or Spider who asked me on Locals, hey, Rich, what does this mean now for the general election? And I mean, there's two ways you could look at this where, it killed some of Lindsey Graham's dislike and, maybe as a reboot, a restart. But that being said, she made what is an otherwise disqualifying statement. So, I mean, they're going to beat her over the head with it. And it means will she make another statement? Will she make another stupid thing? Will she say something else that's stupid? Maybe, likely. In a bad year for Republicans, could that be a disaster scenario for them? I mean, I'm telling you right now, I just got off the phone with someone who's shitting a brick. They can't believe Republicans did this and nominated her, and is like, this is just, number one, doesn't make any sense. It doesn't, folks. It doesn't. I mean, I'm over there trying to give Trump his due credit, but when seasoned people are like, yo, what is that? Yeah, I get it. I just do know that the boomer situation is a real thing. I was wondering if you did polling for races this small, should not exceed primary vote. We can't do that. Unfortunately, honey, we can't. We can do focus groups. More like focus testing only with demographically representative groups. Yeah. This electorate is officially a cult. I mean, I don't know what to say, guys. I mean, that's like, I don't even know what to say, like, so Cleveland did flip, Canadian did flip. Yeah. So it's interesting to see whether or not the rest of, because now he's just like Logan County, Lincoln County, Mazzei did flip with the rest of the votes in. So Lincoln flipped after that last chunk. The question is, I mean, I almost can't. It wouldn't make a whole lot of sense for Oklahoma City to not continue to tighten. And the problem is, like, Drummond could still hold on and win a place like Oklahoma City, but it almost doesn't matter, because when it tightens, it means your net lose. It's weird because people look at it and they say, well, he still carried the county. He still got votes. Yeah, but it went. I mean, how could I put this? The only way I can put it is what I just said. You still net lost, and that means you're headed in the wrong direction, even though you won those vote totals. Okay. And I know it doesn't make sense to a whole lot of people sometimes when I try to explain this, but ultimately you're going the wrong direction. Because you only think it gives you like a false appearance that you're adding net votes. You're not. You're quite the opposite. All right. I have to go get a ginger ale. I'll be right back. It's the only soda I drink. I do not drink soda. I don't drink anything other than water, but once in a while I have. Oh, you look adorable. Aren't those your mother's? No. Yes, they are. Is your mother aware? Look at her run. Is your mother aware that you took that? I love you, man. You're so cute. You're so cute. Although I'm not sure she is aware you took that. All right, now, I mean, it's 95%. And I mean, honestly, it really should be. There's still theoretically a possibility, but it would take heaven and earth being moved. Either way, a very good poll by that one polling outfit. Even though they had Drummond up, I believe. Still a very, very, very good poll. I think Republicans, though, are making some pretty critical nomination mistakes, to be honest with you. I do. Ralph may have been a pain in the ass for some people, but he was Maha through and through. I just see Republicans regressing and chopping off their coalition legs. That's just what I see. For stupid reasons. Will this go into recount territory? Honestly, probably not. I mean, I think it's 1 point. I'll tell you when the rest of Tulsa and Oklahoma City come in. Because like Adair, and I was just looking at McCurtain. I mean, there's still some votes out there. And while all of Gentner Drummond's big vote getting with a margin counties are done, leaving, I mean, there's something like Grady, but it's a 51-49 margin. And I can look and actually see if somewhere like Grady, let's look. If somewhere like Grady gave, Drummond the same election day. Nope, Mazzy doing better on election day. Yeah, so it's close race, but at this point, Drummond is he's running out of map. And McCurtain County still has votes. It's not much, but everywhere else is getting to the point where it's basically done. So we're waiting on Oklahoma City and Tulsa, where Mike Mazzy has been doing better on the election day vote, and that's been pretty consistent in chipping away at Drummond's lead. So he would need that to totally reverse to not only like, try to get him a win, which I'm not sure is really possible at this point, guys, but he needs it to reverse so that he can he even get maybe put into recount territory, which I don't know. It's going to be awfully hard. Awfully hard. Jules, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. That is a good question. Will DSA Congress be pro or anti-AI data center? That's actually, I know you're being wise guy, but it's actually a funny question because I don't think we know the answer to that. You know what I mean? Like for real, which is being fair. I don't think we have the answer. And yep, that's an interesting question. All right. Was that Oklahoma? No, it wasn't. It was McCurtain, which bumped Mazay back up now, and that should be done. What's that, 2000? What does it say here? Yeah, McCurtain may have some. I don't think they really do have that much left. The rest is really Oklahoma City and Tulsa. That's where we're at. Wagon here. Yeah, it's not enough. McLean still has votes. Comanche, which is pretty close, but Comanche. Yeah. It's just problems all over the place for Gentner. Tulsa flip. There it is. That's it. That's guys. That's it. What a fucking race, though, man. Wow. What a race. But ultimately, Mazzy just flipped Tulsa, and that's a major problem for Drummond because, guys, there's a lot of vote left there. And if that's the pattern and it's going to persist, the very next vote dump would have to send it back into Drummond's category, but I think we're about over this now. Oh, man. Yeah. Wow. I enjoy it. Man, I live for races like this, though. I do. I do. I live for races like this. This is what made this is a really interesting. Oh my God, he flipped Beaver County with the vote with the last mail-in vote. Last election day vote. I didn't even see that. Drummond had a good mail-in vote game in the northern and western part of the state. He really did. All right, I'm going to leave the screen up. That's a good question, though, and I honestly don't know how to answer that question. I'm going to give you all some music while I chomp down. Sound like a plan? Because I don't think it's... I'll be right back. I just want to point out, because we're really not back, I just want to point out that this is the kind of guy I am, okay? Honestly, I just don't, I'm not a, I don't have a gambler's heart or spirit. So I saw, when I first told you guys, like Mazzy's down, but he's at like 46%, or I think he was at 46. And I'm like, he's down, but he's winning the election day vote. And this is the problem with markets. They really don't know how to interpret the early versus election day votes. So they had it almost 50-50 with Drummond actually a slight favorite. So I grabbed it. And what did I grab it at? Because I know I didn't get it right away. I know I didn't. I was like talking to you guys and I didn't, I screwed, I didn't grab it right off the rip. Let me see if I can. There it is. Let me go back. Okay. I got it at, let me go to closed. Okay. So I got it at 48. It was a little less. I got it at 48. Yeah, there's a lot of people who, yeah, I know it, man. Oh, no. Charleston Republican Party is making a big deal. I'll tell you in a second, but there's a press release, and they say that voting machines were switching in Charleston County. Voting machines were switching votes from Ralph Norman to Darlene Graham, requiring the election commission staff to correct the ballots before counting. More to follow. Okay, so they're apparently not counting the votes in Charleston at this point, or at least according to the state, they are not. That is, oh boy. Oh boy. Anyway, back to what I was saying. So I grabbed it. And instead of waiting, and I think Mike Mazza is going to win, but I'm not going to wait for them to settle this shit out. I think Oklahoma City's going to flip pretty soon. Tulsa did flip. It's going to keep going to Mazza, and I can see that is Right now in Oklahoma, he's ahead by like 4 points, but Mazzie's election day vote is about 5-point advantage. So it's going to keep going. It may end up like dead even, but Tulsa was going to flip, and it's going to keep adding to Mazzie, which is going to counter whatever tiny advantage Drummond may be able to hold on to. Plus, there are a few votes. If you look, there are a few pretty big votes outstanding in areas like Stephens and Comanche and McLean, where Mazzie's really ripping. And he took Canadian, so, you know, whatever's left out there is outstanding. I'm going to butcher this. Asagi, I think is how you say it. K. There's some stuff out there for Drummond, but it's not going to be enough. But it doesn't matter because I'm not a gambler. I don't have the gambler's heart. So when it was up to 98, whatever, 98 and a half, I just sold it. Like, I know Barnes would be like, don't you dare sell that position. I did, because I just can't I'm not that kind of dude. Like, I don't know. I'll take my money, thank you, while I know it's there, and I'm out. Like, I'm not going to wait 3 months for that shit to settle the way that they do. No, thank you. No, thank you. Now let's figure out what the hell's going on in South Carolina. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Yup. Yep. Okay. I'm not really prepared to like say what I want to say about certain things. I'm just going to wait. And it's starting to slip. There it goes. Oklahoma now finally just chipped away just a little bit more. Tulsa and Oklahoma County are just like waiting for each other, playing games. Woo! And like, should I just sell this Darlene Graham position right here? Like, when the hell are they going to pay out 3 to 6? You know what I mean? And now what's going on with South Carolina, with Charleston, they're making hoopla. It's at 99 chance. Like, sell that shit, right? Who the hell wants to wait for that to settle? I still have the banner that says, we'll be back soon. I don't know. What do you guys do? What do the rest of you guys do? Talk to me here. What do you do? Do you wait for settlement, or you just take it? I know I'm beating myself out of a couple of points, but I'm like raised by a guy who used to go, Richard, don't count your chickens before they hatch. And thank God he did. I'm glad he raised me like that. Contrary to what Mark Levin said, he did not raise me to have Jew hatred in my DNA. Piece of shit. You just attack people's families now. That's the way this game is. Because he doesn't like what the poll said. Poor Marky Poo. Sell, right? Sell that shit, right? Thank you. I'm selling, dude. Why isn't this charger working? Oh, there it goes. Selling it. Yeah, it's at 99 cents, bro. Like, or 98, right? Yeah, it's at 98. Whatever, bro. That's a 15% profit. Yeah, I'm out. Boop. I'm out. Thank you. I mean, 15. That's a 50% profit. My Democratic, well, I don't want to say that because then people, there's one house race that I got that, like, I just can't believe people are so foolish with it right now. And I'm just waiting. Nah, bro, it's still a good poll. It's going to be 1 point. You know, like, that's a good poll. You add somebody from, up by 1, he's going to lose by like 1. You did good. Nah, man, still a good poll. I understand, but like, that's not how polls work. And people need to know that. Yeah, I mean, look, I remember when I had Walker up by 1, he loses by like 0.2, pathetically. And that wasn't even his fault. He loses by like 0.2 because his own party, Mitch McConnell, tries to sabotage him. And by the way, how do you, friggin' Mitch, man. How do you like it now, Mitch? How do you like it now, you stupid idiot? we have a massive problem winning that state without Donald Trump on the ballot. Good job, dummy. This race is so close, 50.5 to 49.5. That's a race, ladies and gentlemen. Wow. 3,000 votes. I will check, but I'm fairly certain that the recount rule in Oklahoma is 1 point. Let me see. To have it paid for. Let me check. Oh, yeah. I mean, honestly, guys, Trump is just burying this party. He's just making us look so stupid. It's us. I'm not even a part of it anymore. I got news for you. It's going to be a joke. Like, this is a total joke. There are no automatic recount laws in Oklahoma, but I'm saying in order to get the state to pay for it. Oh, no, there is no margin requirement. Did they change that? All right, check this out. The requester has to pay for it. You can do a partial recount, and the amount the recount cost is refunded to the requester. Outcome of the race. Interesting. Huh. That's interesting. Okay. Very cool. Very cool. That's a cool little trick. I mean, honestly, there probably should be an automatic recount in every state, but I don't know. I kind of hate them, guys. I really do. It's just that if you get screwed, then it's really difficult, to get the money to do that. It's incredibly difficult. Well, Oklahoma now is about to go to Oklahoma County. That last chunk moved it in another point. Kenny Hold with 1,268 vote difference. Oof, I don't know. There's so much left. Oh, 100. No, 1,268. What am I talking about? 1,202 vote difference. Oh my God. I think it's because it had the old vote number in my mind. It's close. It's going to be tough. I don't think they'll be calling this race for a while. I don't. There's some of the, let's see, what do we got for Oklahoma left here? Wow, Massey's at 99 now. Yeah. What a race, though, huh? What a race. I don't think so. I don't think Charleston will get their way, and I don't think it'll change the count. Yeah, I mean, I can't really. It's not something I can go send in a message. I will not. Tomorrow morning, dude. We'll have to talk tomorrow morning. I think he's making a total fool of it. This is making a total fool of the Republican Party. Guys, the Republican Party in South Carolina just nominated a total moron. You can't ever call people. You can't, at this point now, ever refer to Joe Biden as like, look, Democrats are so stupid. They voted for a retard. You just voted for a retard. He's I'm sorry, but like you've been stripped of every argument you used against Republicans in the last like 12 years. It's unbelievable. Unbelievable. No, you guys are busy as hell, but do you happen to be following Brian Cole's case? Somewhat, yes. He's got a kick-ass attorney and getting help from Baker. When he gets off, you think godly Christian Danny Boy is going to have the balls to admit he was willing to send an innocent autistic boy to prison to cover up for the damn CIA or Kash Patel? He's like, they will look like the damn asses they are. This is the shit that makes my blood boil. I want to puke in my mouth. I was so wrong about them. Really thought they had integrity. Honestly, I get it. P, I get it. Not good. Not a good look. And the problem is there, guys, is that if they lie, I just put it in my trash and just dumped it. but I could have uploaded it and showed you. But if they lie about one thing, especially if it's like a significant thing, they're willing to lie about everything else. And I knew immediately, I was like, Trump supporter, political. Let me look this up. It's Virginia, so they thought they could get away with it because there's no party registration. And they thought they could just get away with it. That's why they said that. Because it's not easy to look up. Oh, he's a registered Republican. Oh, he's a registered Democrat. But anyone who's like me has a voter file database or even a decent vendor with modeling and probability and vote history and who did they pull a ballot with. It was very clearly a lie. I mean, you could bust him in a heartbeat. Not only is Brian Cole not a Republican, not only is Brian Cole not a Trump supporter, he has very scant vote history, and none of it has to do with Donald Trump. His entire family it's a household of Democrats. You lie about one thing, you lie about it all. And that's because they kept a lot of bad actors around in the FBI. It's just true, man. Rich, 18-year-old committeeman, always been America first, worked for Elon's group in North Carolina, APATS for Trump in 24, took off work too. GOP needs to lose these races in the general. I'm buying the Reform UK parallel Robert keeps talking about. It's come to that. P screwed up, first tip, daughter distracted, LOL. Oh, God. Yeah, I mean, that's the strongest argument, especially since it looks like 26 and 28 are going to be bad for Republicans. So if that's the case, do you go all in on somebody like Vance, or do you tell Vance or have somebody tell him, skip this one, please, and use it at least to change the conversation and change the trajectory of the party? Or if, you're more on that side of like breaking it up, like the Tucker side of it, it's a strong argument. It's the strongest case you can make. Republicans are going to lose anyway. It's a waste of an election. We might as well use it to weaken the party and break it apart because this party cannot be reformed. That's the strongest case to make because it doesn't matter. Otherwise, you're just like, oh, let's stick with the party and lose anyway. Nothing changes. And they just end up being the same losers they've always been. I mean, that's for people. This is the problem. If you're one of these people who are like, oh, I'm not doing that. I'm not saying do it in 26. In 26, it is what it is. In 28, however, if it looks like they're going to lose anyway, you're just wasting an election. That's the problem you have. That's the problem with the argument that you're trying to make. You're saying, oh, no, don't be a traitor. Be a team player. A team that's going to go on and lose anyway. And then what are you doing? You're waiting for the next pendulum to swing. And since you didn't break the party when you had the chance, when it does swing back, you're just going to get another fraud. And nothing's going to change. And by that time, Democrats will have made huge gains in demographics because let me explain something to you. Democrats have to do nothing but bide their time. And that's why it was so critical for Republicans not to blow this opportunity. You can't let them bide their time and win back those young black men. You can't let them bide their time and win back those working class Hispanics. You can't let them bide their time and chase away millennial men. You can't let them bide their time and those women who are in the suburbs who actually came out to vote for Donald Trump, which made the margin among suburban women better. Not that he changed minds and he won back suburban women. You can't afford to chase them away because Democrats are biding their time. And eventually the urban vote share gets too high. Eventually the Hispanic vote share gets too high. Eventually the share of whites who are educated gets too high. This was your chance. You didn't have another chance. Don't you get it yet? It's not difficult math, guys. And unfortunately, that's going to be compounded by older conservative whites dying. And every year that goes by, the boomers, the silents are going to disappear completely soon. And very soon. And they're what keeps 65 plus even Republican. Because boomers aren't in their totality. And this is something other people don't understand. Boomer 1 is more conservative. They are closer to the silent gen than they are to Boomer 2, the Jones boomers. And as more of Boomer 1 dies, They turn 80 this year. As more of Boomer 1 dies, Boomer 2 becomes the dominant share of Boomers. Guess what? This is the professional class birth generation. This is the managerial class birth generation. So what are you going to do in 4 years? Because that's really all you got. What are you going to do in, God forbid, 6 or 8? By that time, it's going to be so bad. And you can't win these millennial men back. You chase them away. What are you going to do? I'll tell you, we're all going to be run by socialists. That's what's going to happen, because the Democratic Party within 10 years will lose this fight to the DSA. And it looks like it actually may happen sooner than that. We'll see how long the Democrat establishment can continue to scare their voters into thinking the DSA can't win, and how much they can deny them access to the levers that are in institutions that help you gain power in these institutions and affect changes and the agenda that you want to affect. And if they're winning elections, that actually may help in some weird way, because if Democrats are winning, it might strengthen the establishment and help buttress them from the DSA. But you see Chuck Schumer, and you see all the rest of them. They're not coming out and denouncing these people and their insane ideas. They're working with them. And Chuck Schumer's on death's doorstep too. The guy's ancient. Hakeem Jeffries did a video yesterday. Am I the only one who said that he looked like he took a Philly to the face, got skunked out, and then decided to live stream? Everyone's focusing on his New York Yankee hat, which was funny. But that's not what I saw in that stream. This looks like the next Speaker of the House blunted out of his face. Shit ain't funny, man. Well, we dicked around with the Iran war. Come on, man. Fucking wasted fucking opportunity. But thank God, people like Mike Davis got rich. Michael live in a gated community where you get fucked. I never ate my other taco. I'm taking another break. I'll be right back. Stay tuned. Been a long ass day. Woo! Thank you for watching Inside the Numbers with the People's Pundit. I'm your host, Rich Barris, the People's Pundit. Don't forget, if you like the videos, to like them and share them far and wide. Subscribe. You can follow me on X and Instagram at Peoples_Pundit, or on Getter and Truth at People's Pundit, and on TikTok, Peoples.Pundit. Yep. But of course, the best place to follow me, as always, is right there below. peoplespundit.locals.com, peoplespundit.locals.com. The link to the public polling project is below. It's actually doing pretty decent. Excuse me. It's going to be a very large poll, but the real big deal out there, guys, is what we just ended the rant with right before my little half commercial break. Democrats biding their time rant. They were biding their time, and Republicans really could not afford to play these games. They really did not have the time for that. And in 2 to 6 years, we're going to be watching it in real time. I don't know how you ask the public to take you seriously when you do shit like this. We saw tonight. First of all, like, nobody in South Carolina believes this result. But I wish I had polled it. Hold on. Which reminds me. I did forget. I did indeed forget. All right. I need to send a message to someone. Did I leave the book thing up there? That's right. Burn it down, pre-order it. Go get it. Go get it, ladies and gentlemen, if you have not yet. Because I really think we're going to be in for a rude awakening. I don't think. We are. It's a mathematical certainty. It just seems like Democrats have gotten wiser and Republicans got arrogant, complacent, and greedy. And it's going to cost us all. And that's just a tragic end to this. Although I did find it funny to watch Israel First attempt today to deflect blame on President Trump for what's coming, because, get this, he wants to rename Lake Ontario. Is this how we really lose the midterms? You stupid idiot. You lost the midterms the minute you started a war 70% of the country did not support. And unfortunately, nobody understood. Well, you guys did. But a lot of people never understood that there was never, ever upside to the Iran war. You don't get to score political points for a war that you started that nobody wanted, even if you win it. Because people don't give a shit. You understand? People don't give a shit, especially if you hurt them along the way. It's tragic. Very tragic. Weird, right? That's a whole lot of polls in South Carolina for a state that had no polling, except for Robert K. Haley at Trafalgar. I was just bombarding somebody with it. That's a whole lot of invites, isn't it? Those weren't internals either. And even doesn't matter. Even if they were, well, actually, I don't even know anymore, because who knows? The lines are so blurred. Who knows? Wow, look how close this race is. What a close race. This is a really, really like fascinating race. I love races like this. This is just really amazing. But in any event, it almost doesn't matter. 2,750 votes, 270,040 votes, basically. Actually, 38. 1.4, 4.1. Yeah. But it almost doesn't matter if he's still doing that. He's still holding on to the 5.05. Then why isn't it tightened any more than that? I mean, it doesn't matter. Shit is a wrap, homie. I mean, wouldn't it be crazy if it just all of a sudden, boom, Drummond flipped? Wait, what? Really fucked up. You know who I feel really bad for? I feel bad for the guys who are the gatekeepers of this industry, in the sense that they have to rely on the honesty of like pollsters and political forecasters and journalists to have honest, or at least the best that they could find, you know? And yeah, there are going to be some people who slant to the left and some people who slant to the right. But when both sides are just totally corrupted, it's just, you know, it's like, what's the point? You know, like, what do you do? What do they do? I don't know the answer. I don't know what to tell them. I really don't. The answer was always make sure you find the best, you know, forecasters to put into your stuff. Make sure you find the best pollsters to put. Don't be too much of a police. Just make sure they're doing it right and they're honest brokers and they're meeting basic standards of disclosure. Don't be the friggin' Nate Silver poll police, especially when you're not a fucking pollster and you don't know what you're doing. My wife's going to yell at me when she hears that one back, but you know what I'm saying. There's we were just like been too much of an overcorrection. And I told this to Grant Stinchfield last week. You know, there was like this guardians of this election mafia. I fought them for 10 years. They guarded the gate, man. You couldn't get in. You could outperform them cycle after cycle after cycle, which I did. I was held to a ridiculous standard. I had to flawlessly call 3 presidential elections in a row. It's ridiculous. And then there was an overcorrection where they just like let everybody in without a track record, without. You could be a fluke. You understand what I'm saying? Like you could be a fluke. You could get one election right. So that's why, like in 2014, I didn't really even take it personal. It was just an experiment. I literally did it because of the, you know, where I came up, the people I came up with. And I would mock people like Larry Sabato. I'm like, this is very clearly a tainted model. He's a lefty. It's not even a real model. This is them putting their knowledge into it. I can outperform them. How? It's simple. I will identify predictive variables. I will do a regression analysis over multiple cycles. And I will use the variables that I hypothesized were the most predictive after the regression is done. Which ones are proven to be predictive? I'll use them. It wasn't hard. So I built a model. We pulled a couple races. I pulled Florida and North Carolina in 2014. Both times against the grain. Not only did we nail the Florida gubernatorial race, we actually gave turnout projections and how much Rick Scott would win by. Approximately 70,000 votes. He won by 67,000, I believe. Tom Tillis nailed it over Kay Hagan. Nailed it. And people were like, well, we don't really know you. I get it. Could have been a fluke. All right. Move on to 2016. That wasn't a fluke. And that kind of started to piss me off a little bit. Tacked by the Nate Silvers of the world. That's not even a real poll, man. That's not how you poll. We admitted that it was an experimental online panel, representative sample, repeat interviews to factor for response bias. Literally had been done similarly by the Rand Corporation before. It wasn't novel. It was just novel in their group because nobody did it that way. Now everyone does it. Literally the AP in 2018 would go on to take the methodology of the PPD tracking poll in 2016 and call it Vocast. And yet still nothing. 2020, I eventually punched through. But I really didn't get it should not have had to go that long. So I understand when they finally, when I broke them, because I did. I mean, that's what happened. I broke them with accuracy year after year after year. I just got to a point where just too many people saw me and it was impossible to try to hide me. There were just too many people who were like, wait a minute. Not only is he more accurate, but he's far more transparent than you. This is bullshit. And they just look stupid. So I broke them. And I took down some of their favorite people on the way. But I did not mean to open the gate to every single Tom, Dick, and Harry wannabe pollster and election forecaster. Like, that was not my intention. And now it's dawning on this whole industry that this shit is fucked up. I don't know what the answer is, but this was not my intention. It was not. In truth, you shouldn't have to go through what that firm went, we were fake poll, or like what G. Elliott Morris did to, the Public Sentiment Institute. And then there was another one too. I forgot what it was called, Patriot Polling. This stuff should be hatched out before. What are your standards of disclosure? Everyone should have to meet, like, what happened to the Transparency Initiative after 2016, which I happily abided by? What happened to it? Nobody cares anymore. In fact, I don't even know, because like Spencer Kimball from Emerson College was about, like, him and I adhered to it immediately. And I don't know how many other people did, but I started to see other people come into it. And then in like 24, I think I saw, what was that, like, Vote something? I don't even remember their name anymore. They haven't been polling recently. Their weights were ridiculous, but they did decent. You just can't, you can't wait that much, man. Like, if your sample is like 50 Republican and 20 Democrat, you just can't wait to unfuck that. That's too bad. Your weighting efficiency falls well below 95%. It's not good. You better fix that in your design effect, man. Like, that's not good. In any event, nobody adheres to it anymore. But this is what it should be. Like, we should just, like I said to Grant before, we should be policing ourselves better than this. And then it's just too much. It's too much. And it's going to hurt everyone's credibility. It's going to hurt everybody's credibility. Look at what's going on with the polls this year. Is it that polls are getting worse, or is there just so many of them now, and there's no process at all to see whether or not all of these new polling firms who sprout out like an unwanted pubic hair, like nobody's checking for them. Nobody's seeing whether or not they're legitimate or not. So is it that pollsters are screwing up, or are we just letting way too many people into this space who just aren't qualified to do it? Again, I said it before in response to a question, but it's true. The average polling miss in a primary for gubernatorial and senatorial races combined over the last 10 years is about 13 points. A miss like we saw in Michigan and Wisconsin happens about every 1 in 10 of these polls. The difference, the real anomaly this year, is that the miss almost always understates the winner. It's not a miss where, like, oh my God, Hong lost. And in the case of El Sayed, if he were to have lost to Haley Stevens, it would be like, oh my God, he lost. The winner is understated, not overstated. That's the real weird thing. And that, honestly, is far less likely in my mind, and I'm backed up by the empirical evidence, than the other way around, where we're seeing what we're seeing. Like that, no. This many times back to back, no, something smells like shit. So, and it's a shame because I haven't polled these races myself, so I can't say, like, no, guys. But the one was Ken Paxton versus John Cornyn. We had Paxton. Hold on. I have that poll on my phone. Hang on. Are you kidding me? It's been a while, so hold on, bear with me. I'll have to look through all of it, I guess. Hold on. See all. Yep, this is it right here. We had Paxton. I saw it, and then I thought I saw it on the thread. Do we even nail Dallas? 50.5 to 49.5, not 5, 1 point off. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? 59-36. And all those polls were like Paxton by 7, Paxton by 9. But that was a great example of where, like, it was a miss. It was a big miss, but it was a miss that understated the winner. Now, in our polling, we didn't understate the winner. We actually got it right. So it was weird to me that people were ever putting out those polls because it didn't look like it was close. Now, it wasn't close before. There was this like visceral rejection of Cornyn's campaign strategy. And that's what we were hearing about during interviews. But then when Trump endorsed him, I think he had like an 8-point bounce or a 10-point bounce. But that was guys, that was a huge win. It was a 25-point win almost. I think it was a 25-point win. So it was never like +7. It was damn near a 20-point miss. It was well within the historic norm of understating the winner. But I can't say that with these other races because we didn't poll them, so I don't know. And the only other primaries that we polled the Lindell race in Minnesota and we polled the Senate race, but our polling was good because the Senate ended up how we said it was going to, how we had it basically by margin. Just you could see the undecided shuffled around a little bit, but by margin, that was right. The Democratic polling was right. The only thing that was off was Lindell, and that's because we polled it in June, and it was before his amnesty mistake. And that's why I wanted to poll it again, and I tried to convince him to do it, but he wouldn't do it. I don't know why. I don't know what else they were doing. I don't know. Yeah, South Carolina's finished, bro. KC, South Carolina's done. Oh my God, I got to go back. I got way. Why would I be getting destroyed on X right now? For doing what? For getting it right? What are you talking about? I don't know what, for what? How did you say no to that? He missed by 11 points. Who missed by 11 points? First of all, so what? Actually, if you go back and look, we actually did not have Massey winning. Go look again. So yeah, that's it. Blah, 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 blah. So yeah, I mean, I don't know. That's what usually is the big problem with primary polls. They've been off like that. It's just there's too many of them. I don't know. I don't know what the answer is. Wouldn't it be some shit if South Carolina was provable fraud? I don't think anything's going to come of it, man. I think that's them bellowing. I'm not saying it didn't something didn't happen. I don't know. You know, I'm not there. They're saying like there were vote switching machines. Guys, the machines thing bothers me. Like electioneering doesn't really have to be some complicated thing with the machines and like algorithms that, you know, like that's not really what happens. Usually people are just like outworked on the ground, whether it's something that's credible or legitimate or not, you know? Any plans on polling the Minnesota Senate race? Yes, probably, because listen, there was very clearly a way that you could see Peggy Flanagan upsetting Angie Craig. And that was something that would be worthwhile, which it happened. It was worthwhile because Flanagan and Michelle Tafoya were kind of close. It was like single digits. Yes, Flanagan was still ahead, but it was single digits, whereas Angie Craig versus Michelle Tafoya was not. Like that was a blowout. So I may poll it again just to see if that do I expect Michelle Tafoya to be able to win? No, but Republicans could get them to spend money there in a race that they otherwise should not be spending money in. But there's something about Peggy Flanagan, and I did not think she was like too crazy for Minnesota. Look at Keith Ellison. He won a statewide race in Minnesota. But yeah, you know. Yeah, so there it is. What else? OMFG. I can't even remember who I was watching the other day when they were bragging about him. who William, what is this? You need to clip that from William Sejem. I don't know. I'm unaware. I'm not familiar with that. But I'll read this question anyway. Bragging. I think my jaw dropped to the ground. I kept thinking, wasn't he the one-hit wonder? And was thinking it was you and Mark he should have been bragging about. It's incredible the way the majority insist on shooting themselves in the foot every chance they get. So sick of those assholes. Listen, I mean, look, it's the jury's not even out anymore. Mark and I were right. This is not even debatable anymore. And the funny thing is, they're all like just blaming each other now and pointing fingers. It's become a game of like, who's gonna pay the price for what happens in November. And that's a shame because I don't subscribe to the inevitability of midterm losses for incumbent parties. Like people are like, oh, it's just the midterms and this happens in incumbent midterm all the time. That's not true. It's just not true. 1994 became the year when we started to see the pendulum swinging. But before 1994, Republicans hadn't controlled the House in 4 decades, Congress in 4 decades. We've had prolonged periods of one-party domination and control for most of our history. It's just not a fact. They did this to themselves. This was a choice. This was a choice. And right now, let's see where Democrats are as far as what people think they're favored. Midterm balance of power. D House R Senate is only 39% chance. The most likely scenario is Democrat House, Democrat Senate. And this is what I wanted people to understand. If you go through because it's very, very, very similar. If you go through the decision desk model, it's like really misleading if you just look at the top lines. The most likely outcome, 5 out of 8, is that Democrats can control both chambers. Now, I think they may have shot themselves in the foot in Maine. I don't know. In a wave year anyway, it wouldn't matter. Susan Collins wouldn't be able to hold on. But Graham Plattner got record turnout for a Democratic primary, and they meddled. And now he may seriously try to write like a write-in campaign. He will pull votes. If he does that, he's going to pull votes. When you get these like DSA candidates or these like, I don't know if that's even the right way to describe some of them. When you get some of these more left-leaning populists, or they portray themselves as populists, what people don't understand is that's why turnout surges with them. They're getting a vote that regular Democrats can't get. So they're actually tougher to beat in many instances. Like if Bernie Sanders would have been the nominee in 2016 against Donald Trump. Everyone's like, oh, it's a socialist. Nobody will vote for him. And maybe Virginia will be in play. No. Bernie getting robbed played a pivotal role in Donald Trump carrying the state of Michigan. He would have been much tougher to beat than Hillary Clinton in the state of Michigan or in Pennsylvania or in Wisconsin, for that matter. Wisconsin's probably even harder because there's so many white progressives. But, depending on those Midwest states, Trump took like 12 to 18% of his primary vote. Abdul al-Sayed, same thing. Yeah, there'll be some people who will say, I don't want to vote for him. He's too much for me. But most of the Democrats, like we saw with Jay Jones, will coalesce behind these fanatics. And unfortunately, it means they're also going to get a boost from the left-wing part of the party that normally would not vote for a regular Democrat. It makes them very hard to beat. One example of that, by the way, they didn't call him a DSA candidate, was Mandela Barnes in Wisconsin against Ron Johnson. The polls had Ron Johnson winning kind of easily in 22, and it was thought to be a better Republican year. Nope, not this time. Not this time. And it was like 1 point. Johnson he ran a really good campaign, but he held on by the skin of his teeth. The skin of his teeth. Yep. Yeah, I don't know what the troll is talking about. Dude, I literally said Darlene is the fucking favorite in the race. What are you talking about? I don't know where the fuck these people get this shit from. It's literally in my video. I did a fucking video about it, douchebag. I don't know what you're, oh my God. If it makes you feel better to make something else up because you have a issue, you know, like with Trump that you just don't have the balls to like bring to Trump, then I guess. But understand, bro, Wednesday morning's coming. It's coming for you, whether you want it to or not. And I'll see you that Wednesday morning. All right. That's all there is to it. Eventually, you're going to have to come to grips with it, dude. Like reality always wins. Reality always wins. Voters don't care if you're in a cult, bro. They don't care. All right. In case you didn't learn that lesson from the Democratic era, Democrats just sat around thinking, you know what? I will, you know, these guys are crazy. I'll be damned if they vote for Donald Trump. There's just no way. This is fake. This is wrong. In 2024, there were headlines from the New York Times. Right-wing pollsters flooding the zone, making it look like Trump's going to run away with it. That's what the right is doing to themselves now. They're diluting themselves. And it's just can't last forever, dude. Sorry to tell you. All right. Even with that, it did look like Ralph had a better chance. But Ralph Northam's polls it's not just him. I mean, I don't want to like embarrass anybody, but I did just send a bunch of them to Real Clear Politics because they asked for them. But like, there were a lot of people who polled this race, and a lot of people had Norman winning this race. And like, they didn't release it because they were afraid to go against Donald Trump. And I didn't poll it because I stopped polling it the minute Dan's left the primary. Once he left the primary, it was like, again, low country Republican. You need a low country Republican. I don't know, man. Darlene could clean the slate, or she could end up really, you know, getting herself in trouble here. She's clearly not ready for prime time. So I think the concern is just hide her, you know, like don't let her go out. There's just no reason to have her go run out and do things. She clearly is not ready for prime time, and she can wind up saying something really stupid. And in a bad year for Republicans, there's always surprises. Always. There's always a state that goes that nobody saw was going to go. Always. There's always a district that's going to go that nobody saw was going to go. If you have somebody like Darlene Graham, who clearly is an idiot, running around saying stupid shit, guys, it could end up bad. She could say something that maybe it didn't disqualify her in a Republican electorate, and even though it was actually really close. With just Trump's endorsement, she would have put Ralph away pretty easy because Ralph only had upcountry appeal. But it was a closer race than expected because she made a bad blunder. She made a big mistake. Trump coming in and saved her in the last minute, you know? He saved her in the last minute. He did. Yeah, let me just go. What is it today? It's the 25th. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, look, Trump's endorsement got her over, but it definitely shows, like, South Carolina has showed the limits of Trump's endorsement. It did, because he lost the governor's race and he got her over here. But I wonder how much of that is like is Ralph, you know, like he's a very nice guy. He's a very literally, it's right there. It's quote. Thank you for quoting that and putting that up. I literally said she still can win, of course, because it's an upcountry Republican candidate versus a candidate who can win in Central and in PD. And if she was going to do that and he couldn't pull off a Charleston upset, it wasn't going to happen. Yeah, I know. I see it. There's this guy who quotes me all the time. Thank you for grabbing that. I know. I mean, I will. It's right here. It's from August 12th. It's right there. And then people, look at this. Trump voters were actually upset about me saying it. Look at it. You can't win with these people. You just can't. So that means Norman's going to win? You cannot win with these people. You say Darlene's the favorite, it's like, okay, so Norman's going to win. Norman's going to win. Are you fucking kidding me? You can't win either way, dude. You just can't win either way. Yeah, it's right here. Thank you, by the way. Thank you for that. It's literally right there. Is favored to beat Norman in the runoff. Of course she was. Now she made that blunder and it made a race. But I mean, it's a runoff where only the most, somebody had said today, one of the, he wasn't working only, I don't want to say MAGA, but he's like, he's in the MAGA world still. Even though he's not somebody who's delusional, he has no delusions about the state of things. And he said, there's no Darlene voters. There's Trump voters. And that's it. And that's all. And basically, it'll be a matter of whether or not Trump can get them out. And going to Horry County, like I said, was the right move because she needed that margin out of Horry. But she got more than that. She wound up bleeding that all the way down. Oh, it's getting close in Oklahoma. It's still, though. He flipped Tulsi back. Are you kidding me? But, I mean, that's it. He did. He actually flipped Tulsa back. Gentner Drummond flipped to, hold on one second. I want to go back to this race because Mazzy is still holding on. But, wow, man, what a race. These are the races that actually still make me happy. The rest of this stuff just doesn't. He flipped Tulsa back. Look at that. Oh my God. Less than 300 votes when it was all said and done. The difference is though, it's over. It's done. He was able to hold on because he still had more vote out and he built enough of a buffer. I actually did think that Oklahoma County was going to end up basically tied. That didn't happen. And Tulsa did flip back and Mazzy was just able to get enough out of it, I guess. He held on in Nevada and there's nothing left, but McCurtain having that, that's a big margin. Having another 1,000 vote net for him definitely helped. And you can see his vote margin is 2,050 basically, which is just insane. It's actually 2,045. That's crazy. What a close race. Will he pay for a recount? I mean, he's going to have to pay for it. They run about 600K in a state this size, maybe $500,000. And if nothing, you could get a partial, but then you'd have to identify exactly where you think something went wrong. And I don't really think you can do that in this situation unless they have information that we just haven't heard. I just think it was a really, really, really close race. Drummond did a good job. But I mean, at the end of the day, he couldn't pull it off. There was a, question thing and Mazzy basically recorded answers to it. Yeah. And Drummond answered live and just took them on the fly. It was really remarkable. Wow. We got a big audience right now. Pretty decent sized audience. Holy crap. It's pretty good. But with that in mind, I think they're probably not going to call it because it is that close. But my God, let me just make sure. I'm just looking to see if anyone thinks there's anything left. The problem is if there's any votes out, okay, so you're talking less than 4,000 votes altogether. That's it. Oh yeah. All right. And his vote margin is Drummond would have to win them by some unrealistic margin based on what's left. If about 5,000 votes remain, and he's right now trailing by 2,045 votes. 2,045 votes, 55 votes. 2,055 votes. Then he would need to win that by like a ridiculous break, guys. Just do the basic math right there. It's not going to work. It's a 65-35. That's just not going to happen. By the way, on the Democratic side, I don't even know how to say her name. Ankila Jasmine Thomas defeated Jim Priest in, what was supposed to be kind of contested. It looks like it wasn't really, though. She was a nurse and Priest was a lawyer, author, and a nonprofit executive back in the day. They'll face Mark Wayne McMullen. Thomas will face Mark Wayne McMullen, who left, he'll face the Republican nominee, who is going to eventually stomp her anyway. That's Mark Wayne McMullen's seat. He left it. It was vacated when he went to the Department of Homeland Security. Kevin Hearn, that's his name, is the Republican nominee. Oklahoma is not competitive. Even in a bad Republican year, Oklahoma is not going to be competitive at the Senate level. Here's Thomas's win. Jim Priest, they see it. This was supposed to be, or at least thought to be, somewhat competitive. Didn't happen. Graham's going to win by a hair more than what I thought, which was about 4.5 points, but still under 5. There it is. This is how Charleston shaked out. He just couldn't put it together in Charleston like some people thought he would. The vote, the reason why it got this close is because the upcountry's voting was punching above their weight, man. Like, look at that margin. Damn. 17,000 vote margin out of Greenville. But you can't, even with the upcountry and Piedmont voting at higher rates than Myrtle Beach and, the low country, there's just not enough men. You can't lose in a Republican primary anymore. You can't lose PD, low country, and central South Carolina. It just can't be done. And by the way, people should have started to realize that when Donald Trump beat everybody, but Ted Cruz predominantly, in South Carolina primary in 2016, he had put together a coalition that included, it was weird, it was like the upcountry, but PD too. And Marco Rubio did better, and Cruz were taking votes from some of those central areas. And then that just got worse as more people from the Northeast moved into Horry County. And by the way, what's her name? I can't remember her name. She's not around as much as she used to be. AJ Delgado. I think it was her. And she went on CNN, wrote a piece, and she was never Trump. And she went after that primary, she wrote a piece and she said, look, he's going to win. So I think maybe others like Cruz and Rubio need to start thinking about ending their campaigns. And she was right. What she said was right. She was like, look, unless you don't know these areas of the state, let me tell you about them. And then later she would write about Michigan too. Like Trump won Oakland, Trump won Macomb. Like he's putting together these coalitions in these places where the argument that he cannot appeal to enough people, a coalition to beat Hillary Clinton in the general election just does not hold water. But in states like this, now, 10 years later, this is going to become a real problem for Republicans. It is. It's going to become a real problem. Over time, white vote is going to get more educated. You're going to run out of state-to-state migrants to make the states more Republican. North Carolina is dealing with that right now. And the migrants they're getting and the new people that they're getting are actually registering as independent, and independents are shifting heavily Democratic, even just from 2 years ago. So it almost doesn't matter if you have an advantage over Democrats. That's not enough. By the way, see New Hampshire. Republicans have had an advantage over Democrats now for a while. Colorado, they made certain gains. It doesn't matter if you have a 40% independent electorate that continues to get more get more left-leaning. Why? Because they register as an independent, but the truth is they have college degrees, a lot of them. And education, obviously, is very predictive of vote preference. Also, in a case of North Carolina, you just pissed them off. That's all. You pissed off in Pennsylvania and in North Carolina. You pissed them off, and now they just don't want to be. They just don't want to vote Republican. Some of them are just going to stay home, and others are going to, unfortunately, for Republicans, they're going to vote Democratic. What's going on with the Kennedy Center here? Get out of here. The Trump administration says it might demolish the Kennedy Center if the court blocks renovations. I don't understand. I don't understand why so many of these mediaites give a shit that Trump put his name on this building. I'm having a hard time understanding why they care so much. Who cares? That's what you're worried about? Give it a rest, man. Give it a rest. Troy Jackson. I'm just looking to see what's going on. I know, man. This is ridiculous. Her only qualification is her brother died and Trump felt bad for her. That isn't good enough for sewer commissioner. Oh, fuck. Now she's going to be a U.S. Senator. Gee, I hope that makes her feel better. In a related development, Lisa Murkowski and Susan Collins are happy. Another squishy, swampy, semi-conservative lady in the Senate. I hope I'm wrong. They're not even semi-conservative. That's the truth. They're not. They're not. Okay. I don't know what the hell. I don't know what to tell you. They're not conservative. Yeah, well, it is what it is. And yeah, really a hell of a run by Drummond. Hell of a run. Really was a good run. I'm impressed. I really am. It wasn't enough. It's interesting that Mazzy won the election day vote like that. Drummond built a firewall, or at least what he thought was a firewall with early vote, and it's not enough. Yeah, it's interesting. I don't know, guys. It's, again, still a good poll. If you have somebody winning by 1 and they lose by 1, that's a good poll. All right. Look at how close this race is. 0.54. Polling is not meant to be like that. I've had, you would think I sold my soul to the devil for the margins we've been getting, guys. I mean, it's not supposed to be like that. It gets to the point where like some douchebags in the YouTube thing trolling you over Walker +1 from 22. Like, that's not how polling works. It's not ever. If you think that, then your expectations need to be tempered. You're just wrong. Number one, it tells people more about your lack of knowledge of what polling is supposed to be. If you criticize that pollster for having a Drummond +1, you're just wrong. That was still a good poll. And in fact, if you look at the polls that were out in this, which we did not poll it, but Drummond +3, Cole, Hargrave, Snodgrass, and Associates. Pulse Decision Science Club for Growth, Mazzy +6. Now they're going to get the winner right. Okay. But you understand that the Drummond +1 that other pollster had is more accurate than +6. Do you get it? That's how polling works. They're more. You could have Mazzy +3, and the other poll was still technically more accurate. This was pretty good too. I didn't know that Signal had Drummond 1.6. That's not bad. But look how long ago this was. That doesn't matter. That's months ago. Even this poll, Mazzy +6 by the Club for Growth. This was done in June. But they redid it in the beginning of August. A lot can happen in 3 weeks, especially in a primary, but you can see they never changed. It was Mazzy +6, Mazzy +6. And then almost the same field period, the same sample size. This poll had Drummond +3. Yeah, we just can't poll everything, guys. I wish we could, but we can't. Wish we could, but we can't. Very, very, very tight race, though. So a +1. Yep, there it is. The call's been made. A +1 either way is a good poll. I did good on this. I did good tonight. I didn't trust the Northam thing. I knew that. I knew Norman. I knew that he was understated. So I got him while it was cheap enough. Sold it at 44. I don't take risks like that. I don't hold shit like people hold stuff. Yeah, I agree. I mean, I agree. This is what this comes down to. Somebody had sent me this, and I hope he doesn't mind me sharing it. He says, Trump technically, himself, he wins, the party loses, but he technically wins. He's going to lose a lock on Norman. Okay, without a doubt. But we'll see what Norman decides to do as far as rocking the boat later on down the road. This was not that. I do disagree with this, though, that it was a small amount of capital to burn. I don't think that's true. I think he burned a lot of capital here on her. I mean, what she said and did, she made a fool out of him. She made a fool out of him. She made a fool out of the party. She made a fool out of the brand. She made a fool of herself. So he'll get points, or at least he thinks he will get points with the establishment and Rhino wing of the Senate. But we've seen him try to do this in the past, and it doesn't work out for him. The Senate will not be inclined to protect him, and the Senate will not be inclined to pass anything for him. So really, I don't know what he gains here. A no conviction vote. You think Ralph Norman would have voted to convict him in the U.S. Senate? I don't. So and again, everything is being seen through the lens of like what's good for Trump. And we're 2 years into a presidency that's in its second and last term. At some point, you have to really start to think about what's good for your brand, especially if you get cleaned in a couple of months. So, people hear what they want to hear and they see what they want to see, absolutely. But it turns out, I think it's just worth pointing out that it turns out the right does it just as much as the left does. The left did not want, to the point where Mark Halpern and I were basically holding psychotherapy sessions to try to prepare the left for Donald Trump winning in 24 fairly easily. The right doesn't, they're just as guilty as the left with doing stuff like this. Once upon a time, something what she said was 100% disqualifying. And yet they did themselves this dirty, I mean, I do think it costs capital. I think it hurts him and it makes him look foolish, that he would back. I mean, you're already into it. So what else was he going to do? But he didn't have to do it to begin with, is the point. He didn't have to back her to begin with. He didn't. He did. And what is this? What is it trying to tell me to do? I really don't want to use, I really don't want to use Live Studio and X. At this point, I'm not even trusting X. I see the audience size is actually pretty decent right now. Look at who we're beating in audience size. I don't want to say it, but you can go look. Clobbering them pretty good actually. But yeah, same thing with backing John Thune. At the end of the day, it hurts the party, it hurts the agenda, it hurts the brand more than it helps Donald Trump. So I'm not exactly sure what the point of it is, God, we've been going 4 hours. Is that right? It is. Oh my God. It has been called though. We can go ahead and show it. Maze has won. So now we can go ahead and start to, rock this out. And yeah, it's a done deal. Close race. What a race. Wow. What a race. By the way, let me show you something real quick. Okay. Do you see how it says, wait, I'll show you before we go. See how it says the House forecast, R33, D67. The Senate forecast is not quite what you think it is. 52-48 odds Republicans hold it. But when you look at the House and Senate model, actually the most likely outcome is that Dems take both. And if you go back and read their forecast thing, you'll see there's the outcomes. Senate D, okay? Likelihood that Republicans win the Senate and Democrats win the House is only 22%. That's it. The most likely outcome when you do the House simulations and the Senate simulation together is that it's a 5 out of 8 chance that Democrats take both. And that's just because of how history works. Okay. So it's not misleading. It just looks misleading if you don't know. And if you don't understand it. And I saw a lot of people basically saying, oh, look, the DDHQ model has Republicans holding the Senate and Democrats taking the House. That's not what it says. It's telling you that taken alone, this is what the probability is. But when you run them together, and it's because of regression, how many times has one house been able to hold on when when they're in this kind of an environment to both chambers or a majority, right? And in truth, it's much more likely. Republicans are narrowly favored to win the Senate overall, right? But wow, they have this as a toss-up, 50-50. Wow, they actually have Alaska as a flip. It is a toss-up, but it's 58-42 because that is a toss-up in their category. Troy Jackson, 52-48. It's incredible that Maine, the probability is more Republican in Maine than it is in Alaska. I think that's probably a little light for Sherrod Brown, but yeah, okay. Ashley Hinson, they have as a toss-up too. Why do I say that? Because, again, Sherrod Brown, 1-18, which is right now looking like a slightly less Democratic year than this could be. We'll see. Maybe, maybe not. But it does. The map of the House is different, so don't judge by House gains. But as far as the national mood, we'll see. Sherrod Brown barely lost to Bernie Moreno, even in a good Republican year in 24 with Trump on the ballot. He barely lost. And Bernie Moreno is a far better candidate than John Husted. Far better. Both retail-wise, messaging-wise, alignment-wise, ideologically-wise, when it comes to that state, attitudinally even, John Husted is like not a good Republican to run. You may notice that Abdul Sayed is 64-36 over Mike Rogers. Look, the Fox poll was clearly an outlier. Clearly. Do I think the race is probably closer than, there's the Susquehanna that has it, I think, Sayed plus 6 or something, or 7. El Sayed's internal polling had him up by like 47-40. And it's actually not as internal. It's a Democratic firm. I know who they are. They're actually very good. But I did think that was probably too much. And then you had the Fox poll, which had Rogers up by 4. Fabrizio has it close, but El Sayed ahead. This is still probably right. When you really look at Michigan and how Republicans have done, it has to be a wave Republican year for them to be competitive in Michigan. It's just the way that the history's been. It's like, well, Rich, he's a socialist. It doesn't matter. Nobody cares. I don't know what to tell you. Sorry. All right. So simulating the 2016 election. There you have it. D control. Look at the distribution of this. Slightly 50-80, 50. So even with, that's tough for Republicans, even. The problem with this would be right here that especially if Collins loses, that Murkowski's going to leave and she's going to tip it to the Democrats. But 99,231 simulations, 9.92. I mean, that's nothing. In the same 100,000 simulations, 10.06. There's like basically no statistical difference there. Yeah, man, it's tough. Republicans could fix this today. They just won't. It's unfortunate. They won't. Right now, on most people's models, the Democrats are more favored to take the House than they were at this time in 2018. And that is interesting given the map. But the map is kind of crazy. And Republicans did a good job creating a levy. The problem is that levy breaks around D+4. And then things just start getting swept away anyway. Right. So D+4 holds on to like Brian Fitzpatrick and down. It holds, well, that's going to be a tough race. It holds on to, Ohio 9 or this other, even Lauren Boebert, she's going to have a very tough race. I think she's cooked, but she's going to have a very tough race. It holds on to like maybe Maine 2 if it's like D+2. But once it hits D+4 and above, that levy breaks and they all come crashing down. And it just doesn't matter. At that point, there are no more additional protections against the swing. Now, Tyler Bauer at TPUSA is right. Had Indiana, South Carolina jumped on board and done what Democrats would have done, they'd have been good. Or they could have been, at least. But no, because they don't care. These Republicans are cowards, and they just don't care that, what's at stake, And again, bro, I'm telling you, like, you did good, bro. You did good with that poll. I don't know if you heard me, but I was just explaining that. It doesn't matter that Mazzei won. He won by 0.5%. You had Drummond up by what? 1? That's a good poll. Polls are not meant to be precise to that measure. I think what happened seriously is that we spoiled a bunch of people on the right. And they were like, oh my God, you got Pennsylvania, exactly right. You got Michigan, exactly right. You got North Carolina, exactly right. It doesn't work that way all the time. We've been very fortunate, and I've been happy and proud of it, but it doesn't happen all the time. And that backfires on you if people don't know that. So for instance, Lester, I bring this back because people always bring this up. In 22, we had a Walker +1, by the way, in like the middle of the summer. We had a Walker +1, Kemp +7. And that's the first poll people love to go to or used to love to go to. All the DeSantites did it during the 24 primary. They're like, yeah, you blew Georgia. Okay, bro. He lost by 0.2 and Kemp won by 7. That's a good poll. All right. And by the way, he would have won had Mitch McConnell not sabotaged his ass. Wanted Drummond because he doesn't hate the tribes. I don't blame you on that. I think there's a pretty good argument to make that Drummond was a little bit more based. You know, Mazzei is not exactly. I don't look at him and say, wow, Mike Mazzei's based, dude. That's the thing with a lot of these Republicans and like Oklahoma and Kansas and Nebraska and Utah, like all of these thought to be, you know, really deep red states. They're not as right wing as the state is. And it's just Democrats don't have that problem. And this is why in the long run, Democrats are winning because Democrats are just more committed and they're more, I'm not saying they never let their base down, but they just don't have the squishiness. We went over it before when we were looking at Ralph Norman's voting record compared to the rest of the Congress. You don't have liberal, conservative. And then you have voting patterns for Democrats are like all the way over here. Voting patterns for Republicans are like all the way over here. And then you have Ralph Norman over here. It's the same thing everywhere. It's the same thing with governors, same thing with state legislatures. Democrats do not have this break from their agenda and their ideology. That shit comes first. Their movement and their agenda, you know, their agenda comes first. Whereas with Republicans, other stuff comes first. The lobbies come first. Their own paychecks come first. Their ability to be a lobbyist when they're done and they eventually get thrown out of office, that comes first. You know, that's just the way it's always been with Republicans. It's tragic, but that's the way it's always been, you know, and that's why it's been increasingly difficult for them to win in, you know, the grand scheme of things. They're winning elections, but are they winning? Right? Are they stopping the demographic change? Are they stopping the replacement? Or are Democrats just biding their time? Are they slowing the rise of the national debt? Or are Democrats just biding time? Are they really rooting out the deep state? Or is the deep state just biding time? The left is winning. They are. And anyone who's objective would notice that. Now, the right has been very successful in shifting the Overton window in the public. A lot on cultural issues when it comes to trans, immigration, probably the most successful shifting of the Overton window, but they're not actually winning. And I guarantee you, you're going to get an amnesty next if Democrats, especially if Democrats take the Congress. But I would argue eventually Republicans, even if they were to miraculously hold on to both chambers, they would still try to sneak you an amnesty. And I know, firsthand, I know. Because they included me in an effort to do so. So it's sad, but it's true. And Democrats do not. All right. I mean, that's just a fact, which is why so many people are either going to just, you know, the problem, the voter motivation is a serious problem. And then there are so many people who do, you know, I've never heard so much third party talk, even Democrat, Republican. I've just never heard this much since like, I don't know, Ross Perot, I guess. I'm serious. And that's not good. JD is going to have to fix this. You can't, like, if he's going to be the nominee in 28, he's got to figure out a way to fix this, guys. It's not a joke to be laughed off, you know? Man, there's too many people like this. I'm telling you it's real. I'm voting Dem for House of Retard War. It's not done by them. If I know what you mean. I live in a very Republican area. And I know many of my neighbors who are voting for Roy Cooper, not Michael Whatley. And these are Republicans, registered Republicans. They didn't even vote in the primary because they didn't like Whatley. They were upset with the administration and the Congress. They were pissed. And they're going to vote for Roy Cooper because they remember Roy Cooper being their governor, and they were all right with that. Is it going to be as much as like Josh Shapiro got of the Trump vote? I don't think so. And will get, by the way. Oh my God, he's getting like 20% of the Trump vote. You see that poll? I don't think it'll be that much for Roy Cooper, but 12, 15%? Sure. Which is devastating. Whatley goes on Fox and praises data centers. The guy is just killing himself. I don't know. I'm sorry. I'm sure he's a very nice guy. He's killing himself. They should have kept him at the RNC, where he had very good experience as the chairman of the Republican North Carolina GOP. They should have just kept him there where he had experience. And instead, there was nobody who wanted to run, or nobody that they wanted. Ashley would have been good. And she's won a statewide race before in the face of overwhelming odds and under assault from tons and tons and tons. Allison, not Ashley. Tons and tons and tons of Democratic attacks. And she would have drove the base turnout higher because the base loved her for her fight over education. Just whatever. She had no money. People didn't even know she was running. She jumped in at the last minute. It wasn't really, enough of an effort. She couldn't get any donor money. She had no advertising, nothing, and she got smoked. And actually, we can go and look at that. She got smoked. Hold on. 2026, North Carolina Senate. There it is. And Don Brown actually did better because he had more money. She just jumped in way too late. Michelle, what am I talking about? Her name is Michelle. Yeah, she only got like 6%. Nobody knew she was running. Like nobody. Don Brown was really making an effort. He spent money. He had a lot of goodwill with some people. He got 16%. But ultimately, Whatley got 64.5. The problem is, man, I mean, there were 627,000 Republican votes. There were 27,000, almost 828 Democratic votes. We're going to get fucking smoked. And Roy Cooper got 92%. If you can't drive your base out in a state like North Carolina when you're losing independence by as much as Whatley is, you're just in deep trouble. I'm just hoping the Supreme Court race tightens, the state Supreme Court race, because it's just so hard to dig yourself out of a hole when you lose courts. And Republicans have it right now, but a couple votes are squishy. And if they lose this one in the next cycle, they lose that one, then they effectively don't have a majority anymore. And they had super majorities, man, super majorities for the legislature. Such a tragedy. And now Stein is guy's dangerous, man. Guy is dangerous. Oh, wow. I didn't even know you could put QR codes up here. What? Are you kidding me? Let me check something out here, guys. Hold on. I'm getting tired, so, bear with me. I'm kind of I'm being punchy here. Oh, my Lord. This is dope. Oh, snap. What? Can I add this as like a little thing inside of it? Oh, get out of here. Hold on. This is going to be funny. Oh, I can. What? Where is it? Oh, snap. I put the book inside of it. What? What happened? Oh, man. Did I kill it? No. What happened to it? Oh, that sucks. I thought I hit create. Do I put it in? Does it like stick in assets or something? What the hell happened to it? It should be in widget. I'm over here just playing around. I know it's late, but bear with me. Yeah, guys, there's absolutely, I did see that, by the way. There is no reason to oppose Donald Trump's executive order on mail-in ballots unless you want to cheat. You actually want, but real quick, cheaters. I mean, like these are ballots that were sent to addresses unsolicited that don't belong to them. They're people who don't live there anymore. That's Florida and California, two huge states. It's real. People send me tons and tons of these photos every election cycle. I've kept them because they're just gross examples. Oh, by the way, this guy, he actually bought a house in Phoenix. He did keep his house in LA, but he bought a house in Phoenix to which he got like 6 ballots. So like Not his ballots. From the homeowners he bought the house from. Unsolicited. Trump's right. His executive order is right. There's only one reason why you oppose it, because you want to cheat. There's no other reason, dude. There is no other reason. Use brand colors. Create. Oh, I got to make a title. Let me just make it like that. I don't need to show the name though. Correct. What happens if I do? Does it look cool? No, it doesn't. Look stupid. Create. Where's it going? I mean, I'm hitting create. I'm just not seeing where it's going. Comments, banners. I don't know, man. This is what happens when the competent one goes to sleep. I didn't notice that. That's neat, though. That's really cool. You see something else. You know what, guys? I am like pretty curious. I don't even know if you could do this. How would you even do it? Are you supposed to type into it? I'm just curious. I have so much work to do after this anyway. I might as well. Create. There, that's set. Okay. Boom. Let's go. Can you vote? How do you vote? I don't know. How do you vote? Boom. I'm sticking it over there. How the hell are you supposed to vote? You do. Tell me. How do you vote in this thing? Did anything pop up? Type 1, 2, or 3 in your chat. Locals, I don't think you can do it because the local chat doesn't connect. X can do it because there is technically a chat there. Oh, snap. YouTube, you can do it 100%. Oh, snap. Uh-oh. 50-50. It's a Mazzy Drummond race going on here. But honestly, until StreamYard connects the other chats, which honestly Getter is the biggest audience, I believe. I'll have to stop it and see how many we got on Getter today, but it's probably pretty big. I don't think they can do it. You guys would have to like go to YouTube. Rumble, you can't do it either. It sucks, I think. You know, until they learn how to like import it. I could do it in Rumble. Rumble Studio doesn't have polls, I don't believe. But like, look, you know, it's just like YouTube or not. And I think I might have blocked some trolls, so I don't know if you can do it. So my fault. So that's it. You just type it in the chat. That's it. I'll figure out how to get you in. I will bitch and moan locals to get you in there. Same thing with you, Getter. I'll figure it out. So 50-50, it's like a Drummond race. Like a Drummond race. All right. And then you hide it. I'm just playing around. Why doesn't the QR code go in there? It doesn't. It's supposed to go up right here. It's just not working. I had fun. I had fun playing with it for a second. Tomorrow we'll send a note saying, hey, we need to get some kind of like hook to import everybody else, because really, while I am pushing more people to do YouTube, because I just really think YouTube is like at this point better. Look at this. North Carolina's forecasts. Oh, Jesus H. Christmas. Look at that forecast. Just built a house here, dude. What the fuck? Well, going back to Florida. Moving back to Florida, ladies and gents. My God. Yeah, this is just, it was looking like it was tightening a little bit, and then it just blew up again. Harper Polling is a Republican polling firm. Cooper plus 12.5. We had Cooper by 8 and 11, the two polls that we did, but they were for somebody. That's about the time we had our 11. We actually, hold on one second, guys. I can actually tell you what the one, when we went away, I couldn't get it out in time. So like, I don't do what other pollsters do. If I can't get it out in time, you just won't see it. I'm not putting out what I view to be stale data, which kind of sucked for Ken Paxton, frankly, because he was up. Sorry, Ken. And he would have gotten in the RCP average. But let's peek right now and see what we had from Mr. Watley and Mr. Cooper, because it was fairly bad, if I remember correctly. So was Georgia. It was ugly. All right. Come on, North Carolina. Load up. Let's go. Come on now. It's taking so long. We got a maintenance issue or something? Here we go. There we go. Oof. That didn't look good. I just saw the president's approval rating. Ooh. 51-40. Oh, it was bad. What's the president's approval rating, though? Let's go back. I mean, I saw some of it, and I was like, ugh. I just jumped right. Right track, wrong track is 29% right direction, 60% wrong track. Oh, my God. It's bad. Yo. That's like 37%. It's not like 37%. It's 37%. Wow. Yowzer. 18% strongly approve. 18.7 somewhat approve. Yowzer. 42.1 strongly disapprove. The economy, 36%. Oof. Cost of living, 27%. Oh my God. Generic ballot is, at least it's less, D +7. If you had to decide today for which party candidate would you vote, Democrats are winning it by about 10, the undecideds. That's just so ugly. 51-14. That's so ugly. And after weighting it, it would probably be like Cooper +9, something like that. Harris way ahead in the nomination. Wow, this is one of her strongest states, but I'm not surprised because of the black population. She's at 40%. What about Oof. What's up with this, man? Vance is ahead, but in this state, but damn, Kennedy is in second place. What? He is, though. 12. Rubio's only at 9. Ted Cruz is 3. Tucker Carlson 7. This is a fucking problem. You see what I mean? And by the way, we have to remove Tucker now. He's a hard no. That's not happening. Oh my God. That is funny, though, that Tucker's outrunning Ted Cruz. Cost of living. Which party do you trust more? Democrats 48, Republicans 32. Ugh. Economy and jobs. Democrats +43, Republicans 34. Healthcare, Obamacare, Democrats 48, Republicans 28. Wow. Crime and safety. This is usually a Republican issue. Democrats 44, Republicans 33. Immigration and border security, Democrats 37, Republicans 47. That's one issue where they're winning. Corruption and accountability. Wow, look at that neither vote. Holy moly. 40-30. 25. Republicans almost lost to neither. Foreign policy, national security. This is bad news. Democrats 43, Republicans 39. Do you support or oppose reopening the negotiations to end the Iran war? Are you ready for this? Strongly support 45. Somewhat support 27. Strongly oppose 6.3. Do you think it's worth paying $4 per gallon or higher for gas to continue fighting the Iran war? Again, this is North Carolina. 72.1, no, not worth fighting. 27.9, yes, worth fighting. Yet only 8% say that into this, how much per gallon would you be willing to pay for gas as a result of to continue fighting the Iran war? Yet $4 higher, 8.4.
So the truth is, they're really not, 43% said $3 per gallon, which is where it was before the Iran war started. The rest said fighting the Iran war is not worth paying more for gas. Oh my God. Is the administration, this one is actually more balanced in the national tracker. Do you think the administration is too focused on foreign affairs, not enough on domestic? It's 57 in North Carolina. It's 63 nationwide. Too focused on foreign affairs. Their focus has been balanced and just about right, 23.4. Too focused on domestic issues, not enough on foreign affairs, 19.6. Oh my God. But if you look at the word cloud, I'm actually going to take a picture of this. This is North Carolina, and it's ugly. This is the word cloud for North Carolina. Elaborate on your responses to the questions so far, meaning why did you choose the answers that you did? I'm actually going to wait for this screenshot. I'm going to upload it and show it to you. Let me remove this because we're getting ready to call this anyway. I just want to show it to you. This is what they said. Now, articles are removed, like the, at, garbage words. They're removed. This is what it was. Other issues, President, foreign, war is the biggest one. War. That's North Carolina. War. Gas. Look how little the word good is. Foreign. My God. I think that says it all, don't you think? War. Lordy, Lordy. God help us. Trump, tell the world there are aliens. Please completely change the conversation. Tell the world there's aliens and start Marie Antoinette and people. I don't know what the answer is anymore. I knew it a year ago. I'm not sure there is one now. I really am not sure there is one. I don't know. I don't know. Oh, how did it go, bro? They gonna hold on one second, guys. People believe shit all the time, dude. People believe what they want to believe. That's just the truth. It's sad, but it's true. People believe what they want to believe. You know what I mean? I knew it. I told you. Told you. Not going to be any better, bro. That's just the truth. That's very disappointing. I should pull Colbert on the debt. That's a You think he's gonna run? I'll look into it. I don't know. I personally haven't heard anything about it, but I wouldn't be surprised. We have Stephen Smith in there because he's made comments that he legit could consider running. And where does he stand in a place like North Carolina where there is black vote? 4%. He's getting 4%. Oh, bro. I literally argued with him over this the other day. Bro. We are outside of the average summer slump error, and there is not always a summer slump. Definitely not in my polling, which never had him down when that turd did in the summer. He forgets. Frantically calling, am I really only
up by 1. No! Stop listening to that idiot. Locals, for those of you who are with me forever, like like remember that 10K I just fucking, dumped just to prove my point? Back then when I could still do one for 10K? It is time for JD to speak for himself. Yeah, I know. Is Senate going to stick a cardboard cutout of McConnell's play? No, Jennings looks so stupid. Shit. Does Mitch have a sister? We get 2 boxes of rocks for the price of 1. Oh my God. There's no way JD can fix this unless he gets balls, pushes out Trump. Man, he's in the worst position. I know you guys, so many of you guys say that, but I don't know how he would do that. I really, even if you wanted to, I don't know. It's just the worst position for the guy. I think you guys need to try to appreciate it. I know you don't give a shit and you're just mad, and I know, and you're like, oh, fuck everybody. I get it. But I'm just telling you, I just feel terrible. My main concern is this. JD needs better people around him. I said some dumb things lately. Jazz, he walked right up to the line on data centers. I was like, oh. How about a plan so people under 30 can buy a home? Yeah, there you go. I think you guys are going to love Burn It Down. I really do. I think, first chapter, actually, the forward by Gabe Guardarini is amazing. And then the first chapter is just going to, it'll lay the groundwork for where we're going. And I'm like, first of all, let me fucking dispel some myths. All right. Without dropping the F-bomb, I said, of course. But you got to lay out your thesis. Listen, I'm talking to 2 different groups of people. So it's like, look, boomers, it's good for you. And then, as far as the young people go, it's like, listen, when boomers say these things, they're not delusional. It's because it is that way for them. And it has been that way. So try to understand each other's point of view. But let's not forget that there is also a right answer here. Only one person only one side can be right. And the truth is, that's almost irrelevant, because it only matters what these future people, the future majority thinks, because here's what's going to happen to us in the course of the next, if you are a boomer, you need to start thinking about your kids and your grandkids, because this is what is coming our way. And they're not, though. Look, very clearly, you could tell tonight, they are not. I really wish that I would have wrote it quicker. Yeah, I'm kind of with Nico on this. If JD wants to be president, he needs to not run for president in 2028. Well, I am very concerned. You're going to have people like Tony Fabrizio who just want to make money off whatever PAC money he can raise and fork it in because he hasn't made enough, and tell him it's just a summer lull. Don't worry. 2 years is a long time. If there's something doesn't change dramatically, you're just suiciding your career for nothing. Let Ben Shapiro run fucking Ted Cruz and let him get stomped in 28. You work on repairing the damage that has been done to this coalition and building a stronger coalition. I'm not saying it's going to be this way. I'm just saying right now, this is the most likely outcome. Don't suicide yourself for nothing, for the consultants to get rich. Because if you lose, how many Richard Nixons are there? Not many. And by Richard Nixons, I mean vice presidents who lost, who then later came back to win. How many of them? Not many. Yeah, that's really what it comes down to. The bite is so strong. You know what I mean? And it's just so easy to convince yourself, man, I could be the party's nominee now. I'm doing it. I don't know, man. I don't know. I hear what you're saying, but I will laugh at Ted Cruz and Marco Rubio when they get fried too. They'll be, dude, repeat after me, 55 million votes. They'll get stomped. Stomped. It would be hilarious, though, honestly.
and then I'm going to go cry because the country's going to go to shit. But, you know, it is what it is. All right, it's 11:32. We've been cooking for 4.5 hours. I got to wrap up a report before I go to bed, and then I have to anyway. So I'm going to get out of here. Man, this was good stuff. I'll see you guys tomorrow night either way. And then we'll have to talk about, well, we can talk about book club on locals, but maybe we should try to sneak another one in if we can at some point. That would probably be best. Decent sized audience tonight, guys. Super thrilled about that, especially since I really didn't tell anybody I was going to do it. I just went on locals like an hour before and was like, yeah, I'm going to do something. You know, it was awesome. But yeah, I will see you guys in a couple hours anyway, you know? Yeah, I mean, it would be freaking bad, Ruth. It would be bad. It would be so bad. And the thing is, they don't realize it. They're that delusional. Like the consultant who texted me earlier, like, I'm starting to get worried. You weren't worried when you lost Charleston like that? How many votes do you think are in Greenville? Whoa. All right, guys. I will see you tomorrow. Thanks for watching. As always, don't forget, go pre-order Burn It Down if you haven't pre-ordered already. Maybe we can make a couple more runs here before the book's released, which is, of course, you will get it September 22nd. All right. It will be on your doorstep on September 22nd. And then let's bank some early votes, which is what pre-orders are. And we'll see what kind of movement we can make. We'll see if we can't get on top of, well, not even on top of a list. If we can get on a list, that'd be pretty easy. That'd be pretty cool, honestly. But we'll see. Because the more people who read it, the better. This is a train wreck coming, man. All right? I'm trying to get everybody off the damn tracks before it's too late. All right, none but love for you guys as always. I'm going to kick it out. Let the music take you away, folks. And I'll see you tomorrow. Don't forget, if you like the videos, to like them and to share them far and wide. Follow me, of course, on X and on Instagram at peoples_pundit, on Truth and on Getter at peoplespundit, and on TikTok, peoples.pundit. And we're everywhere. YouTube, Rumble, you know the places, but the best places always is on locals, peoplespundit.locals.com, peoplespundit.locals.com, and X subscribers. X followers. If you subscribe, you will get first of all, you get book hubs too, but you'll get sneak peeks at the polls, which we will be starting to field in a couple of days here. You'll get sneak peeks like locals do. But listen, I'm just being real fair with you guys. If you rather like interact with community and have conversation, locals is definitely the better bang for your buck. All right. All right. Nothing but love for you all. As always, even the trolls. I'm sorry. I'll see you Wednesday morning. I'll be there to hold your hand anyway, even though you don't really deserve it. And I will see you tomorrow, the rest of you. Thanks for watching as always.